of tangled. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Thank you for tuning into another Super T's live stream. This is not a VOD. This is not a pre-recording. It is technically being recorded live. So I guess if you're watching this post-production, it might be considered pre-recorded, but it is not pre-recorded as of this moment in time. If you are watching it live, we are real, not AI. We are true. We exist in the world and in our minds. And I've probably scared you away at this point. But those who were terrified were not intended for me in the first place. So it is totally fine. But we are exploring the Midnight Beta once again. And the Shadow Priest is a class that I've had my eyes on for some time. So I want to give it a little go-go. Give it a little go-go again. And we're going to go. What's up, Bertie Sanders? Hello, hello, hello. What's up, Rekatron? Hello, hello, hello. What's up, Dinmill?
I buy and trade. Have a good one.
Keep doing your thing. We're going to keep doing the thing until the thing can be no longer done as the thing. All right. We're going to keep hammering it, dude. What's up, Craig? Craig? Da, 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 da. Hopefully enhancement doesn't stay D tier. Did you watch my pre-patch tier list? That's different than max level. I don't think it's D tier anymore. I don't remember the last time I made that. Maybe I need to update the max level list. I don't think enhance is D tier like currently right now at level, what are we at? At level 90. All right, wait, are we mop level again? Mr. Pandaria level? I haven't seen him in it. There's only 2 enhancements getting rank 1. Hey, that's more than some specs. Some specs are 0 people getting rank 1. 0. What is up, Baddest Bagel? We're doing good. My foot is the best that it's been so far, which is nice. Still not 100%, but it's definitely significantly better than when I injured my foot. So it's good. Eating good food, drinking lots of water. Playing some World of Warcraft, made some good YouTube content. Got some of my bank finance stuff done. I also ordered a Pokemon Lego set. There was a Pokemon Lego set that came out this morning, and if you pre-order it, it comes with the 8 Kanto badges, and that order is limited to the pre-orders of that set. So I YOLO'd it and I ordered it. Because I think it's going to be worth a lot in 5 years, so I'm just going to leave it in the box for 5 years, and I think it's going to be worth a lot. And if for some reason it's not worth a lot, then if I have a kid, then I can make it with them on a birthday or something in the future, you know? Like, it's either a good investment or a toy for the future. Kid. Alright, what are we doing now? You get a Red Paladin and a Shadow Priest. Is our guy AFK? Sometimes healers are AFK. Alright, are we getting in here on the Shadow Priest? We are. Let's go. Oh, we got silence right away. Just silence him up. Big damage. Ooh, we're crushing it. Did he die? Oh my god. We had so many Gen 1 cards. Well, that's the reason that I bought this set. I got a Charizard. I don't remember if it was first edition or not when I was a kid. My friend Adam bought me a booster pack, and I opened it for my birthday, and it had a Charizard in it. And I don't remember if it was first edition or not. It probably wasn't. But I put it into my binder. First thing I did was put it into my Pokemon binder. And then a couple days go by, and this kid who I never talked to before started coming over to my house to play. And we'd be there with my friends, and this kid randomly started showing up at my house, and he'd always want to come in. And all he would do is look at my Pokemon cards while he was at my house. That's all he would do. He wouldn't do anything else. He wouldn't play. And then he did that for a couple of days, and then he stopped coming over. And when I looked at my Pokemon collection, some of my cards were missing. Most notably, the Charizard was missing. And, yeah. I don't like that kid. I had so many people steal shit from me as a kid. Oh, what? I'm just getting one shot now. But I figure, like, either that Lego set is either worth a lot of money in the future, or if I have a kid and it's not worth a lot, then I open it as a birthday present with them. I YOLO'd, bro. It was $1,000. I literally YOLO'd, but my gut is telling me this thing is going to be worth a lot of money. My gut. The reason is because the badges are exclusive to the pre-order that had limited editions. It's already sold out. You can't get it. And it was limited quantity. You can only order one per person. So because of all of that exclusivity and scarcity, and Lego sets always go up in that case, I think there's no way it doesn't go up. That's my logic, at least. This Siphon, dude. I can't do anything to get it. Do I have a wife candidate? No, no. I mean, that option is probably the lowest likelihood of outcome. I'm just saying that it is a possible outcome, you know? Like, I'm trying to plan for different circumstances. Oh, come on, dude. Fearing during siphoning is cruel and unusual. I'm rusty on Shadow, dude. Dude, these silences on me are nice. I think the badges will. I don't know about the main set. Like the main 3 Pokemon, that might not go up. It depends on how long they leave it on the shelves. Like if that thing's on the shelves for 5 years, it won't go up at all. But the badges aren't for sale. So they should be worth a lot. Mind you, it's such a huge investment because the set is so expensive. Maybe you don't make money on it. I don't know. Risk. I wanted to take a risk. I took a risk. Stock market's at all-time highs, bro. I'm investing in Pokemon Lego. I think it's the 30th anniversary. It's the 30th anniversary. That alone also increases its value. '30th anniversary. It's the original 3 Pokemon. It eventually will be off the shelf, but so it might take 10 years before it's worth anything. But why, bro? Aren't you gonna settle? What do you mean settle? Like settle down? I don't understand. Or settle with someone that? I don't know what you mean by the word settle. Stonks. Pokemon Lego stonks. The only thing is that I have to keep it safe for 10 years. And I have to carry it around with me and not open it. For 10 years. That's the only thing. Sometimes it doesn't apply VT and I don't know why. Is marriage eventually not in your plans? I mean, I'm not doing anything that would lead me to being able to meet somebody for something like that at the moment. Oh, they don't have a silence DR tracker. They only have stuns. Bro, we're leaving games in the beta, dude. I tested Asa on the beta. The reason its damage is low is, from what I can see, is it's energy starved. An energy buff in the future. Well, they completely changed Asa to try and be like this Envenom all-in build or whatever. So I don't like. I feel like it's probably just not even done, if anything. They also nerfed energy regen. How's Arena played in Midnight? Is it nice, or I think it's still work in progress. What is the main stat? This is in Bonnie's build, and he goes for crit. He gets like a decent amount of crit. I don't know if this build is actually the right build. I also don't have enchants. Wait a minute. Not gonna lie, I miss Legion, where we just had templates and none of this mattered.
Need something?
I liked it. I liked it a lot. So we need primary stats. We need boots. Wait, where's the speed helmet? Is that it? I guess that's it. Isn't there a higher one than this? Is this really the highest one? Okay, we gotta get rings. I'll try the crit rings. Speed shoulders. We'll get the intellect. We will get like stamina. That's all I can do.
The dunes have everything we need.
It has a lot fewer buttons, yes. All of the classes except Warlock. Except Destro. Destro doesn't have a lot of buttons, but Af and Demo still have a lot of buttons. Av and Demo still got a latte. A latte. A latte latte. Also, the TBC pre-patch comes out tomorrow. I might play it a little bit, see if I like it or not. Because there's nothing else to do before the midnight pre-patch. You gave your feedback to Blizzard on Asa? Good. You're doing your job. You're doing your part. It's like that meme. I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part. I ain't doing shit. Da, 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 da. My goodness, man. You're saving all your Demon Hunter vaults for Devourer? Oh my god. You're trying to cheese some OP leveling stats? The design is fine to a degree where they need to make Envenom hit much harder or buff. Well, yeah. I mean, if they want to make it an Envenom build, it's just they have to actually follow through with finishing it, right? You're gonna have 4 to 5 vaults. Da, da. It's slow times in WoW, no judgy. I wonder if you'll even... I don't think it'll work, bro. There's no loot for you as Devourer. I mean, I guess... Do you still get vaults in the pre-patch? If you can't get vaults in the pre-patch, then I don't think it'll work. Because it uses agility... Or it uses intellect. So, like, there's no loot table for them. I mean, if it worked on the PTR, I guess it'll work, but... You just switch the loot spec to Devour? I mean, I guess we'll see. We'll see. All right, let's do it. Who's trying to duel? Who's it? Who's stepping up to the plate right here? You're in stealth. Is it a hunter? Is it a rogue? Is it a druid? We won't know. It's a druid. You came up from behind, bro. Druids like doing it from behind. Silence them and go ham. All right, we got our ham off. Shield up. Get some madness going. Big burst. Oh my god, that's a big burst. I got even more burst coming for you, burst chicken. Ooh, you got a kick. You got a nice spicy kick, do you? Got a little kung pao chicken with that kick. He's cloning me. Think I won't trinket? Think I'm a coward or something? Where you going, little bear boy? Where you going, little bear boy? You coming in for a bash? Alright. Oh, you're still cloning, are you? You really think this is going to be enough for you to survive? You're silenced. What are you going to do? Oh, you trinketed that one? No, you didn't. You gonna attack me or what? Are we doing this thing? Are you coming in boomkin for him? Alright, fade. I'm actually kind of in trouble. This will be like the first boomkin I've lost to on the beta. If I lose here. I gotta disperse. Okay. Let's get him put into fear. Put him in a headlock. I got a trinket here in a second. Trinket. Big damage. What's up, Rider Fate? Hello, hello. How's it goes? My foot's getting better, which is nice. I got some good sleep. Lost the weight again, so we're on course for all of our goals. YouTube channel is doing okay. Stream's been going great. In part to you. If you look at Blizzard's tuning history, things at beta are really strong with a 90% chance of being nerfed. Yes. How bad do you think DK will get nerfed? It depends on if they are like... I don't know. They sometimes have the WoW devs. They have like these phases where they're like, it's okay if that spec is OP because it's been bad for a long time. They literally will do that. Every once in a while, it'll be like, You know what? Hunter's been bad for like 2 expansions, so it'll be OP for this season. And they just leave it. So, there's that. Why does make everything OP? That means that the game is balanced, by the way. If everything is OP, that means the game is balanced. You could just say, why don't they balance the game? Why don't they just make everything OP? Well, that would mean the game is balanced. Enhance has been bad the last 3 expansions. I want my time to shine. Technically, the first season of Dragonflight Enhance was pretty good. I had a lot of fun with it in that season. I don't know how long it's going to take before they try and get it back to a spot like that, but it was definitely good back then. Star Search sucks on Boomy. You think Boomy's weak? A DK wants to duel me. Okay, I've never beaten a Death Knight on the beta, so let's see what we can do here. Get dots up on him with a Shadow Crash plant. What's he doing? Why is he on his mount? Hey, where you going, bro? You're a DK. Why are you running? Why are you running?
Too far away.
Why are you running? I'm kind of just... He's dying to dots over there, dude. How much damage do my dots do now? He just ran, dude. I guess technically that's my first DK I beat, though, right? Enhance is so fun to play. Press buttons. I haven't played in the beta, though. It would be nice if I got a buff. I would like Enhance to have a season, yeah. What do you see weak on the beta? Ellie. Ellie for sure. But the thing is I don't... They're not even going to get to PvP, any real PvP tuning until we're literally live. Until we're after like the first week of the game being live, that's going to be like when the real PvP tuning starts. NS Hex does exist, but only for Resto Shaman. You actually can get NS Hex now. But I think right now, because they're literally just doing dungeon testing, like official wave of dungeon testing. I expect this week there will be a lot of class changes, but it will be mostly directed at dungeons. It'll be like dungeon change plus does this make sense in PvP or not, and then let it through or stop it from going through. So if Ellie is underperforming Mythic Plus, it gets buffed, then they'll probably let the buff continue through onto PvP. But if Ellie's getting nerfed, they probably won't. They'll stop the nerf, but I don't think they'll do any PvP specific buffing. I know I don't. Some of the spells are so flashy compared to when I played. Yeah, there's a lot of more animations now. Many more animations. Mop Enhanced had 2 big hits of burst. Well, I thought it had more than that. I remember playing Boomkin Enhance back in MOP. I'm really hoping my foot is like good enough that I can at least like walk so I can go to the gym. That'd be nice. That's all I want. That's all I want, dude. Oh, there was a video I wanted to watch with you guys with Ghostcrawler, the lead WoW dev back in Wrath of the Lich King. Where did I save it? I put it on my watch later playlist. There it is. I wanted to watch this with you guys while we were in the queue. Goddamn, how do I, like, I don't want these noises, but I also want to leech, like, people coming in my stream because they see my character over here. How can I do it without it and not miss the queue? Okay, there we go. Hopefully, I think, oh, that's Q sounds also. What the hell? Why do they include Q sounds on this? I can't stand there with all the, like, attacking and stuff they do. Elite set for DK. I just put a YouTube video of it. It's a red set. It looks really good. It looks like it's from Lord of the Rings. How are we gonna do this? Wait, is this too big? I feel like that's too big. Okay. Is that working? Can you see it?
I was an oceanographer of all things. I was a scientist. I studied crustaceans, which is why I still use the crab as an avatar. The story I like to tell is that when I was a graduate student, I spent a lot of time out on the ocean. You know, outside it was beautiful. It was I got to go to a lot of cool places. The pay was terrible, but it was really fun work, so I didn't mind. And then I got my degree, and I got like a real science job. And all I was doing was sitting in front of a computer, you know, typing, writing grant proposals, writing research papers. And it was really boring. The pay was still terrible. And all of my colleagues, like, they would come in after dinner to, like, keep working on their experiments. And I felt like a fraud because I just didn't care that much. I wanted to play video games. And so I started to feel like, you know...
This is an interview with Ghostcrawler, who worked on Wrath of the Lich King, and I think, and other parts of the game. He worked on a lot with World of Warcraft. I think what's interesting about this interview, with the parts that I skipped around to, is like getting insight into how a game designer thinks. I think particularly how their ego works. I found that the most interesting. The intro part, though, seems to be a little bit more kind of like personal about who he is. But there were certain segments of this that were actually like really eye-opening to like how Blizzard, why they did what they did and how they've changed over the years.
You know, a bit of imposter syndrome, like, why am I here? I'm not, you know, I don't have the love, which is the only thing that, you know, really drives you in this. I really loved games. And so I made a concerted effort to try to get into video games. I had no experience except for the fact that I played a bunch. But this was at a time when the concept of a game designer was just starting to evolve, because prior to that, in like the, you know, the 80s and 90s, video games were made by engineers. They would do everything. They would often even do the art. They would do all the audio, and there wasn't really a designer. If there was, that was a very senior person who kind of dictated the game. And so the idea of junior designers was just starting to evolve. And I saw this interview with Bruce Shelley, one of those, you know, famous director types, talking about his new studio, Ensemble, which made Age of Empires, and how they were looking for game designers with no experience. I'm like, that's me. And I just applied. And I think maybe, you know, the fact that I had an unusual background got their attention, but really it was, they asked me to like make a scenario with you know, they ship an in-game editor, much like Warcraft, StarCraft did. And yeah, they liked the map enough that they flew me in for an interview and pretty much offered me a job after that.
And what were your influences in gaming? You mentioned your passion about games, obviously, but where did that come from?
Gosh, that is a great question. I mean, I grew up at a time when like households didn't have.
I'm not gonna lie. So So Age of Empires had a map editor, which means you can make custom maps. So they literally just sent him the map editor. He made a level with it, and they liked it, so they hired him basically to make the campaign, I would guess, and maybe the multiplayer maps. That's literally how he got his job. And to me, that's how it should be, bro. Like, these game companies need, like, audition, you know, like a musician, right? Like, you'd send a song to a musician, and they'd play it and record it, or an actor or whatever, and they would send you their voiceover and whatever. Like, that's how that role should be hired for. I swear hiring people who graduate school to be a game designer is like hiring a musician for graduating school. It's just not, that's not the right way of doing it. It's not a technical job. It's a creative job.
Have personal computers, and my dad had always, like, I guess was on the cutting edge of that. It would bring home these like archaic, you know, giant boxes with tiny little screens. And I was just fascinated by, they had very simple like graphics programs and music programs, but often games. And I got really hooked. We had like an Atari 2600 that we'd bought from Sears, and we had always had games around. The other big influence was Dungeons and Dragons, which I got hooked on way back in middle school. And that was kind of the shift from just being a player to like creating something. And I really liked that aspect of it, which turned out, you know, to be game design. I didn't have the right terminology then.
But it feels like it was a really fresh thing that you were getting into. Obviously you loved games, you were interested in getting into game design, but how did your philosophy of game design kind of evolve as you started with Age of Empires and then kind of progress in your career? Because it feels like junior game designers was a new thing. So were you kind of coming up with it as you go? Were there any influences, books? But how did you manage to just become one?
I mean, I had been a fan of Bruce Shelley back from like Civilization and even like Avalon Hill days, so I knew who he was. And his philosophy, which he adopted from Sid Meier, was
seeing computer game developer courses in college. Yeah, no, it's just like, I mean, maybe you could learn some basics or something from it, but it's like, it's a creative field. It's like, it's a lot of talent as well as getting the fundamentals, right? Like, you can teach someone the fundamentals, but if they're not talented in a creative field, they're not going to create the next generation, you know, music or video game or art or whatever, right? Like, it's just not going to happen. They have to have like a vision in their mind. What is Ghostcrawler doing now? I have no idea. I mean, I assume he's a multi-millionaire and he can do whatever the hell he wants. I would guess. I mean, he literally made Age of Empires. He worked on the biggest parts of World of Warcraft. Like, he doesn't seem like the type of guy. He's probably got a family, maybe. I don't know. I would assume that he's not terrible with his money. So he could probably do whatever he wants, would be my guess. But I have no idea if he's gone back or not.
Games should
Maybe
be
they'll
an
say
interesting
that.
set of decisions. And then Bruce would add on to that with a satisfying conclusion. So early on, I looked at making whether it was a map in Age of Empires or a Dungeons and Dragons adventure, I always thought of it from the perspective of the player. Like, what is fun for them? And fun, very specifically here, was like making interesting decisions. And so for decision to be interesting, it has to have certain criteria. Like, it has to have, you know, not an obvious answer. If it's an obvious answer, you know, you're not really making a decision. The decision has to be interesting, meaning you're weighing different pros and cons. And that was at the heart of all of the strategy around the real-time strategy genre at the time of like, do I want to attack early? Do I want to like really invest in upgrading my unit so I have the best on the map? Do I want to play very defensively? And I think that got me on the right track, that being a game developer is not necessarily about creating art that you as a creator love. It's more about creating something for an audience and making sure that it's something that's going to resonate with them, you know, that they want to stick with it. And I think that was probably the key that got me on the right course.
And as you got onto this course, how would you identify that audience? Because obviously you started in Ensemble Studios with Age of Empires, and then we'll move on into MMOs, etc. But how did you, kind of going back to that philosophy, how did you understand what the players wanted and what that type of game was for you to be able to kind of deliver a great experience for that audience?
Yeah, one of the things that Ensemble hit on, which was just very fortuitous, was the value of playtesting. Like, they playtested their game every day. It's usually 4 o'clock. The whole studio would stop what they were doing and play the game, with the idea that, hey, we're gamers. If we're not having fun, no one's going to buy this thing. They're not going to have fun either. And so we were the test audience early on, and people would talk.
I'm not gonna lie, like, that statement right there is the reason like most of the modern games are not succeeding. I swear the games are being made by people who, in some cases, it's not even as bad as they don't play their own game. They actively hate their own game. Like, you get, like, I swear that's the main issue right now. That's the main issue with AAA gaming, at least, is that, like, a lot of designers or a lot of publishers, they're just like, they're so clinical. It's just a 9 to 5. It's like, and they have no interest in their own game. Like, and it happens at so many companies, and all those games are always the ones that are either leeching off of past success and legacy of the title, right? Because if you tried to make a new game with that approach, it would go nowhere. But if you have like a past legacy, you can kind of get away with it to some extent. I never like whenever anyone is a game designer and they say they don't play their own game, I'm just immediately turned off. I'm instantly like, I don't think you need to be the best at your game. Right? That's the difference. I don't think you have to be the best player at your game to make the good game, but you have to like playing your game. You can be bad at your game, but if you like playing your game and you're working on your game, then I trust you to make a good game. But if you don't play your game at all, or worst case scenario, you even hate your game, you shouldn't be working on that game. You absolutely should not be working on that game if you're a game designer, period. Like, just flat blank, period. You will never contribute anything good in that camp.
About whether it was game balance of like, oh, the cavalry archers are too strong, or one of the maps I made of like, well, it was a slog at the end. I just wanted the enemy to surrender. We would take that feedback and iterate on it. And then I kind of took that to the next level where...
Who's BattleBit remastered? The Same Fate? The game was a huge success. I think also what happens too is if you're a developer and you're working for a large corporation, the large corporation eventually doesn't want to take a lot of risks. So then the game design becomes a formula where you're just copy pasting. And so as a game designer, you have no more creative freedom. And I think that's what can lead to you hating your game. So it's not necessarily that like the game designer is nefarious or something, although sometimes it's probably true. The issue is that the corporation eventually limits your creative freedom, forces you to do a formula because it's safe and it works, and then you're bored. And now you're bored and you hate your game, and it's just like, it's death. That's death. Right there, that's death.
It had been so recently that I had been a player on the outside looking in and kind of not understanding the design intent that I said, let's just talk to players. Let's ask.
Well, yeah, exactly. You bring up add-ons. Like, that's exactly what I mean. Like, the fact that this company hired him because they liked what he could show them that he did, right? He auditioned effectively, right? And they hired him. And Age of Empires is the best, like, other than StarCraft for competitive reasons. I think StarCraft's a better RTS than Age of Empires, but Age of Empires was easily in the top 2 for RTS. So I agree that, like, if someone made Details and it's been the premier add-on that everyone uses, they trust them to use it, why would you not hire them? I think they consulted them. I don't know if that means they paid them or not, but like, you should literally, like, they need to directly be involved and be compensated because they've been providing that role. Why would you not? Other than hubris, right? Other than you think you're better than them. Because, well, they're the add-on dev and we're the game dev. Like, if your ego is there, then you won't do it. But that's why the companies, that if that is what's going on, that will always fail. They will fail. Because it's being done out of ego. It's being done out of hubris. What's up, The Angry Gamer? We're watching an interview with Greg Street. I found some of it to be very eye-opening and fascinating. That's why I want to watch it from the beginning all the way through, because it's an hour and a half while we're in the queue on the Midnight Beta. It's interesting getting his thoughts on game design, his experience on game design. He worked on Age of Empires, he worked on World of Warcraft, he's worked on Riot, League of Legends, he's worked on like almost, a huge amount of premier titles, right? So I trust like his experience to be able to get like a good lens on why the landscape is the way that it is. What do you think is better for Unholy DK and 3v3? A Feral, Havoc, or Demo Lock? Ooh. none of those are great options, right? Like, you mean in Midnight?
There was a civilization at the time, I think it was the Shang, which is like a proto-Chinese civilization that was deemed very powerful, and we were trying to figure out a way to fix it. And I'm like, let's just ask the players. Let's go out on the forums and be like, what do you guys think? And that was really heretical at the time. Like, my colleagues were either afraid that players would realize we actually don't have all the answers, and maybe they would see behind the curtain, or
bro, this is the part I didn't know it happened this early in the video, because I watched a segmented video of this video, and he talks about like developers interacting with players, right? He talks about developers interacting with players and what are the pros and cons of it. And I was sitting and thinking with this thought for a while, right? Because like as a game designer, if you're just like, hey, Jimmy on the forums, make the game, it's like you're just offloading the entire project. How the hell can that work, right? So I don't think that's how it works. But when it comes to balance, when it comes to tuning adjustments, that's where you need to have expertise in playing the game, right? Like if I'm designing a musical instrument for somebody to use and I don't have any expertise on how to play it, I won't design it very well. It's just not going to be. This is where I say, like, you have to play the game. This is where competence comes into being a factor. I think when it comes to balancing the game, interacting with the players is really important. It's really important, especially if it's and then other reasons would be like quality of life. I think quality of life and game balance, it's very good to interact with the community, because they're the ones playing it 8 hours a day. They know what interactions are annoying and can describe that to you, or they know what quality of life issues, right? Like if you make player housing, if you designed player housing and don't use it yourself, you won't know any of the annoyances that are involved with it. So yeah, you have to outsource that to the community. But you as the creator of player housing, for example, you wouldn't just be like asking, you wouldn't be making the game like that. So I think there's a line on like how much do you interact with the community or not. But at the same time, then you've got situations like Stranger Things, where I literally think if Stranger Things consulted the community to write their finale, it would have been a better finale than their finale. So it's weird. It's like, I don't know. It's like, sometimes you are right as a designer, but the chance that you are right as one individual person versus a giant community of passionate people, especially if you're not very passionate, if you're just one individual, you're not passionate, you don't play the game, the chances that you make the right decision over versus the community is very low. I would assume it's very low, right? I mean, for example, oh my God, how am I spacing out what his name is? Jeff Kaplan. He was literally like a nerd rager on the forums for Ultima Online. He was the most passionate, dedicated, hardcore player for Ultima Online. And what do you know? All of the shit he's made has been really good. But I assume as soon as he starts becoming less hardcore, he's going to design shit stuff. If he's not obsessed with it, he's going to start, like if he goes and makes a new game on a different company, he's not as obsessed as he was originally, that product will be worse. You need someone that's like that, that's obsessed. Those ones are the ones that make something good. If somebody's just like casual, or they don't even really care, or they're not passionate, it's just like, they're not going to make a good product. If it's a game or it's a movie or if it's whatever, right? Like, they're just not going to. They have to be obsessed. Completely obsessed. What's up, Floyd? The thing is that there's an option for bug reporting, which is actually very helpful. But 1 in 20 people touch it. Yeah, it's because they're not being paid. If they literally put BNet balance, even if they said, if you report 20 bugs on the midnight beta that we deem are bugs, and we'll let you know, we'll give you 100 BNet balance. They would get way more bugs. They'd get way more bugs. Like if you put a cash reward for people testing the game to report the bugs to you, you would get way more reports. And you pay them you're already probably paying QA dirt cheap.
Oh, who am I kidding?
If you did that, that'd be like, it would be extremely dirt cheap. You get a ton of bug reports. They could put in-game incentives. It could literally be an item. Like, report 10 bugs on the beta and you get a pet. Literally anything. Instead, you have to pay money to bug test the game for them. What the fuck is that? You have to buy the beta to bug test the game for them and pay them to do it. That's so backwards, bro. It's so backwards. I swear that's so backwards. I just spelled my dots. I need to report a bug that like tentacle slap sometimes doesn't apply vampiric touch. But I can't like tell you how to recreate it is the issue. It just seems random. Sometimes I tentacle slap, it doesn't put it up. I swear Rat Shadow Priest could be a good comp. It's got like good CC synergy. Seems like they both do decent damage.
So close.
And Psyfiend is a pretty good
More
tool.
entertainment for me.
Oh my god, I got lay on hands on top of disperse. Angry Gamer! Thank you for the gifted sub. 5! Oh, you trying to pick a spec, huh? You trying to pick a spec? The Void Elf, baby! The Void Elf Fear! Almost won. I think I'm toast, though.
Oh, so close. This just
Come on!
means I
Nice.
see who the strongest mortals
Argerid,
are.
alright, alright.
For now.
It's gonna be hard to watch the video with a healer, but I mean, I literally won't be able to watch the video if I play a healer, I think. Why are you playing the inferior spec? Why is this the inferior spec? What makes you think this is the inferior spec? Big slap. Alright, it's time for some Slurpees. Big Slurpees! I just spelled on my dots. Slap him again, bro. Shadow Priest just slurps and slaps, dude. Darth Dante. Oh crap. Oh, she faded it? Slurpee time.
Oh, so close. This just means more entertainment for me.
Got the void form. Time to go. Oh, he's lining. He's not your everyday ordinary bear. Time to go. Oh my god, he's going. He's coming in for a fear. Watch out!
Oh, so close. This just means more entertainment for me.
Full fear.
Oh,
Into a silence.
So close. This just means more entertainment for me.
There's angel time. I have to wait until he gets off me here. Need to get some distance from him. Oh, he's dragging him on top of me.
Close. This just means more entertainment for me.
Needs a lozenger for the voice. I've had too many red paladin hammers down my throat. They're so impressive. Is Havoc Demon Hunter more of a sustained or burst spec? Sustained. What's up, Feroxita? Are you coming to troll today? Go Rhett. Where's my DK? Oh. I hate AMS as a Shadow Priest, dude. Oh.
Oh, so close. This just means more entertainment for me.
Double Holy Priest and AMS is really tough as Shadow.
Oh, so close. This just means more entertainment for me.
Oh, I was trying to jump into fear. Oh, it makes you immune to fear when you fear. Interesting.
Oh, so close. This just means more entertainment for me. This just means more entertainment for me. Oh, so close. This just means more entertainment for me.
What do you think? What is the best race for Windwalker Monk? Next expansion? Probably no. Well, actually, no. You don't need to be gnome. I don't know if Orc is still. I mean, it might be Orc. Orc might still be the best, even with the fact that the 3 DRs are being reduced to 2 DRs. Eugene, thank you for subscribing.
I cannot use that item.
God, I hate that stupid AMS. My God, the void form hits so hard. It's only like 50% of his health.
I must get closer.
God damn, double Holy Priestess spell too. Feared me. I think honestly you want to purge renew because I don't think priests can manually apply it anymore. So if you just purge renew, you take away a lot of their healing.
Oh, so close. This just means more entertainment for me. Oh, so close. Interesting. I did not expect this outcome.
Does not look like an exciting lobby for Shadow. It's a pretty rough one, but we're gonna make it work, okay? Panda Monk? You already have in caps. It's kind of overkill. Well, I also feel like a lot of people's like thrill to make something isn't as high because it's like if you're working for a corporation, the thrill is for the CEOs that are making 300 times your annual salary. That's who's getting the thrill. Whereas like game designers maybe back then, it felt more like a team, you know? Like, hey, we're just trying to build the best thing ever. Whereas now if you're working on a corporation for a game, you're just trying to get the CEOs richer. And you're just trying to abuse psychology of players. You're not really trying to like have FOMO and all this other stuff. Like, you're not really trying to make the best game ever anymore. Where it's like a team effort. You're just trying to get the CEOs as rich as possible with as little risk as possible. So even as a game designer, I have sympathy, right? I don't think, again, it's like all the game designers are just evil and taking it, you know, not doing good jobs or whatever. But I'm saying like the internal motivation to do it has to be low, I would assume. But then I do think there are some game designers, especially with companies that are like getting funding, you know, from like community and stuff. And, they're probably just slacking because they know they don't have to do anything. They're guaranteed a paycheck. So it's like it's this weird balance of like, in a creative field, you can't have 100% certainty because you'll be complacent. You'll slack. Like, if you know that your performance doesn't matter on your result or your outcome, then you'll relax and you'll slack off. Can I purge their AMS? What are we attacking? I think he's on the red.
Oh, so close. This just means more entertainment for me.
All right, void time. This is the big burst moment. Gotta get something done here. Oh, he stunned me on it and he
So
bubbled.
close.
He's toast.
I see who the strongest mortals are. For now.
Well, like as a content creator, for example, right? My salary is only determined by my own performance. So like I'm always incentivized to try as hard as possible. If Twitch gave me a guaranteed base pay that just covered my existence, I don't think I would try as hard. So it's like a weird fucked up mental motivation thing. I don't think most humans, unless they have to, will try hard. It doesn't create any urgency. I'm not in shadow form for some reason. What the hell? Kinda go ham. Unleash the beast. Unleash the Kench. Our DK is lining our teammates pretty hard here.
This just means more entertainment for me.
How's my foot? I mean, it's better. It's better, but it's still... I can't put my body weight on it, but I can definitely put more weight on it, so it's improving. Which is better than nothing. And thank you for asking. I'm just saying, if you have a goal that you're really passionate towards getting to, you'll move towards it. But if you have fear behind you, pushing you also, you're going to move a lot faster.
Oh, so close. This just means
Like if I
more
told you
entertainment
to
for me.
race 100 miles or something, I don't even know how long 100 miles is even possible, but race 100 miles as fast as possible. If I put a wildfire behind you chasing you, you would run a lot faster to it than if there wasn't a wildfire behind you. What have I done to my foot? You see, I sucked on my toe too much, and now my toe fell off. All right, big damage time. Oh, God, that would have screwed me hard. Where's my guy? Okay, we gotta go ham here. Gotta get some work done.
Oh, so close.
Oh my God, we almost got him.
This just means more entertainment for me.
Trying to bait his fade. Fade his fade. Where is he running? Oh.
Oh, so
You know what? His
close.
AMS is in the air.
This just means more entertainment. I see who the strongest mortals
Oh my God, I got the mount, dude. I got the mount. Wait, I got the mount. How did I get the mount on the beta, bro? Wait, what is the mount, dude? I need to see the mount. What's up, Sinjay? I got a mount. Where is it? Is it in my bag? I got the vicious snap lizard. Let's see what this looks like. This is the mount, dude. Look at my little alligator. Oh my God, he moves so happy, dude. Look at his little happy feet. Look at his little happy feet. He's an alligator, but he's not ferocious at all. He's like a cute little puppy dog. He's literally a cute puppy dog alligator, dude. Look at him go. Look at him go. Look at him go, dude. Look at him go. Wait, this mount's not that bad. When I first looked at it, I thought it was terrible, but I don't think it's that bad. Look at him. I've dropped plates on my feet before now. Sadly, my injury is not epic at all. That's why I had to come up with a fake story. My injury is just I wore too tight of shoes and walked for too long, ignoring the fact that it hurt. So I wore out the joint in one of my toes. Is there a way to get gems in the beta? I think there is, but you have to level professions. Like, I legit think you have to level professions to do it. I agree that I think WoW's weakest point for a while has been the narrative. I would agree 100%. Like, I used to be really invested in the story. Like in Legion, I played the campaign. I went through everything. Like I was very invested in the story. But then BFA, I slowly stopped in BFA. Shadowlands, I totally checked out. I didn't care at all anymore. And then Dragonflight was just kind of average. I just feel like they introduce all these characters and then we just don't. What happens to them? Like, we introduced all of the dragon aspects and like, what the hell happened to them? Here's a bunch of new characters. Okay, where are they now? There's just no continuity. There's no long-term continuity. It's like, if the story was just a bubble, it's kind of okay, but like going expansion to expansion, it's just not. Are healers managing mana in arenas? Do you think they will need to drink more? I don't know that 100%. I really hope they do. I think that that's something they should really focus in on. I think mana management is a fun part as a healer of being able to make a game last longer. Definitely agree. Is anyone noticing this new trend on like social media where influencers are telling people to play unfair? Am I like, what, like, I get these TikToks where they're like, life's not fair. If you want to succeed, you have to play unfair. I swear I'm seeing it more and more. It keeps popping up on my feed. Like, you have to play unfair. Playing fair doesn't work. Play unfair. Is that just my feed? Like, why am I getting that? Why is my feed telling me to basically cheat and rig the game and lie? I feel like my Twitter feed, my TikTok feed is telling me I need to lie and cheat. Wait, did I miss a sub? I said Eugene. I said thank you, Eugene, for subbing. The pop-ups that show up that say has subscribed to, that's the YouTube subs. That's just like a follow button. And no, I think they mean in general, just play unfair. You want to win, make a lot of money, play unfair. Do the unethical option. I think it stems from the videos of people they're kind of like writing memes, but they're kind of true, where they're like, I'm working my 9 to 5 and can't afford a house, and meanwhile adult film actresses and D-rug dealers are buying their 5th house. It's like based off that. Can't do a sub, I get bits. Sinjay, you're running out of money, bro. What's going on? Are you in trouble? Work is slow. Feels bad. For you and me now. Sound advice. Social media is cooked. Do you think this expansion will be super? Like, this is it? This is the expansion? I mean, we need it to be. I don't know, though. I don't feel like I did when Legion came out. Maybe it'll swing around and, you know, in the next couple of weeks if they do more tuning. When it's slow, it's bad. Oh, you're working at like a restaurant or something? Or an insurance salesman or something? Making commission? What's up, Dalcondra? PvE will be a huge success. I don't even know if that's true. I'm actually maybe more worried about PvE. You know, the reason I'm worried about it is that I think people won't be able to adjust to their UIs. I think a lot of people will be irritated that their UI just doesn't work like they've been playing with it for 20 years, right? Like, if you're a boomer and the settings on your computer randomly change because Windows updates and nothing's where it was before, you're going to get annoyed. I'm actually more worried about PvE. I think most PvPers are happy that the add-ons are gone and the UIs are simple, but PvEers seem to be really mad, like really, really mad. There was a podcast with Dratnos and Max, and the thumbnail, I don't know if the thumbnail's just trying to be provocative to get people to click it or whatever, but it didn't seem happy about midnight. Your algorithm shows you capybaras and strongmen. Your algorithm loves you for now. That's a good algorithm. You have a good algorithm. They're not doing a PTR for pre-patch. You know what they should have on dating apps? You should have to show your For You page on a dating app. What's looking good DPS-wise? What is up, Mr. Subites? My day is great. Living the dream. Good YouTube videos. My foot's recovering. We'll build muscle back that I'm losing from just sitting here, but my weight's going down still, so that's good. I'm not getting fat without being able to work out, which is nice. The latest one, I got it recommended. It's about Blizz not making any class changes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm concerned. I'm sitting here thinking, like, what's going on? Like, are we just not doing anymore? Is this just what it is? Like, what's going on? PvP player here. I love the add-on purge, but the fact my UI will be different, I feel like the first season I'll be retraining myself. Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of people will receive the UI changes negatively. I think majority of existing players will negatively receive, and even returning players will negatively receive the UI changes. And I don't think there are new players. I don't think there are. I think Blizzard's max copium. I don't think there are new players. Not sizable enough that you should piss off your existing player base as much as they're probably going to be. And I'm like, I want them to get rid of add-ons, but I think it will make more people mad. Even though I'm pro for them removing it, I think it will make more people mad. Like, the joint in my toe is busted up a bit, so I can't walk. Well, I can, but I don't walk on that foot. Let them be mad. Well, yeah, that's the real test. Is there anger enough for them to quit? That's just where it's going to be. Is there anger enough for them to quit? If it's not, then maybe it doesn't matter. Yeah, Flop likes it. I think most PvPers are happy that the UI is going to be more bare bones. I actually do. Like I said, I'm pro add-on removal, but I think there's a significant portion of PvEers that are going to be losing their minds when they can't download an add-on that flashes an icon in the middle of their screen to tell them to move out of fire. Like, I swear, they're gonna be so mad. But maybe there's also a group of people that are gonna be like thinking, oh, they're removing add-ons, finally I can compete. That's a copium belief, by the way. It's a copium belief, but maybe there's a significant amount of people that are like that. That are thinking, the add-ons are gone, so now I can actually have a chance. I'll play. The PvE guys, I don't think they're going to become PvP guys. It's insane to me, though, that in Classic, Nobody complains about like doing everything in the game. But in retail, people do not want to do everything in the game. I think it's because there's leaderboards and they only have a certain amount of time per week and they want that time dedicated to their progress on their leaderboard. So if they're doing content that feels like it's not getting them better at dungeons or raids or PvP, then they're falling behind on their leaderboard and they don't like that. I think that's actually the main reason. But the leaderboards is what keeps people staying subscribed. So you have to have them. Raids are going to be chaos, yes. Like I said, I'm just making a guess, right? I'm just based on my Twitter feed and YouTube algorithm, what I'm seeing, like the reception to these changes. Maybe it's not true for the majority of people. Maybe it literally is only the sweat lords in high level PvE that are mad about it. Maybe it is. I don't know. But that's what they're making their bet on. They're making their bet that this change that is going to annoy the top 1% PvEers means that 99% of the people will like it more. That's the bet they're taking. I don't know if it's the right bet or not. I think they're taking that bet because really popular YouTubers are saying that's the reason the game's not popular, and I don't know if it's true. Just because they're really popular doesn't mean what they say is true. I'm here for honor level. You gave up on PvE. That's usually how it goes. I think most people, they start off playing the game and questing and doing dungeons, and it's fun for a bit, but eventually you get bored. And then maybe you do some more challenging PvE content, like Mythic Plus or Mythic Raids, and then after that you switch to PvP. PvP is the end game. It's the end game. Wait, what is this video? What is this video game or video Vinurki's watching?
PvP? And you can't even say the sentence "what killed it" because people are still playing, so it's not dead completely.
So, like, how could you possibly enjoy a game if you want to play on an even playing field with somebody else?
I don't care about PvP anymore. I'm moving on, and I asked Blizzard not to.
How can you want to play a game on an even playing field? That's called MMR. It only matches you against people who are your equivalent skill. Every game has that, I think, for the most part.
Make solo queue anymore, right?
This is my problem, right? Like, if you're a new player, how do you get into PvP?
You don't. I'm literally telling you don't. I would advise you not to.
What?
WoW PvP has gone through a lot of changes. Trying to attract enough players to make any time, effort, or money investment feel worth it. Because there's one thing we all need to understand. WoW is a business, and for anything to actually happen or improve, the strategy behind it needs to make sense. Right now, people are simply not playing WoW PvP, and there are tons of reasons why. Unbalanced classes, fast-paced gameplay, limited options outside of solo shuffle, overwhelming add-on interfaces, a steep learning curve, and a hyper-experienced player base, just to name a few. And all of those problems have one common root issue: new player accessibility. I recently watched Peekaboo and Shario talking on stream about how different WoW PvP feels.
Bro, it's because it's not free to play, bro. Every big online modern PvP game is free to play. We want to talk about accessibility, but no one ever mentions the wallet. Like, bro, every online PvP game that is of any significant size is free to play. So can we take that step first? I feel like we need to take that step first. The game needs to be free to play, and then see how many players it has, because that's the biggest hurdle. That's the biggest hurdle. Is just that it's not free to play. No, I mean, the people iterating on Classic definitely listen to the community. What are you saying? Most of Classic is literally just streamers designing whatever new stuff they add to it, for the most part. I think there's more collaboration with community than ever. I think it's almost in all games. I think it's an interesting discussion of like how much collaboration should there be. Because when you had zero collaboration, you had Shadowlands, where Conduit Energy, right, and Meaningful Choice, and that didn't work. But then if you have the players doing everything, like what are we even making anymore at that point? I think a better state. Everyone says WoW PvP is dead, but I would make the opposite argument that the fact that it even has a single player, given how much money it costs to be able to play it, means that it's valuable. It means it's valuable. If people are willing to go through the hurdles that they have to go through in order to play it, I think there has to be value there. Because if you did this with any other game, its player base would shrink massively. Like if League of Legends was pay $80 every 2 years and subscribe for $20 a month, its player base would shrink. You didn't change anything else. If you didn't change anything else, just that's what it is. I think its player base would shrink dramatically. People would move to Dota. They'd move somewhere that's free to play because that's where the competitive market is. But I really think that if the fundamentals of the game design were bad, it would have zero players, because why the fuck would you bother to do everything that you need to do in order to play it if it wasn't valuable? The players get to vote. I mean, maybe that's what it is. Game devs come up with a bunch of ideas and they vote. I think comparing game design 20 years ago or 30 years ago to now is completely different, though, because we didn't have expectations. We were experiencing everything for the first time. Now we have expectations. We've played a bunch of different games to compare other games against. So when we play one, we can see like, oh, the physics is slow, or my character doesn't jump well, or the cast times are too long, or the grind is too long, or what. Like, we have a bunch of comparisons now to make. Back then, we didn't have as many comparisons. PvP is the most interesting content in WoW. I mean, it's again, that's a debate of taste, right? The more they listen to their players, the faster. I think things are dying faster because people have no attention spans and people have no resilience to failure. So your only option as a game designer now is to leech off of nostalgia, leech off the legacy of your franchise, and make a casino. That's what action RPGs are. Action RPGs are casinos. You just run around and one-shot everything, and RNG or loot drops. You're in a casino. Like, casino games are just going to be the best performers. Because when we played games during the era where esports was really big and all of that, we cared about being the best at the game. And we would say L2 play, get good, nerd. Like that was how it was. Now it's, oh, the game's too hard. That means it's going to fail. That's how people are approaching games. Like, what? That's not how you approached the game 10 years ago, 15 years ago. I guarantee it. All these people saying that, oh, it's not popular because it's too hard. They did not approach video games like that 15 years ago. So what changed? They got worse at the game. They didn't treat their brains and body well enough, so they don't function as well. And they don't like being dominated by other people because they're old and they didn't treat their brains well. So instead of accepting that, they just want the games to be nerfed down to their level so that they don't feel bad about themselves. But then when they lower the bar, it's not satisfying anymore, and so they quit and the game is dead. I mean, I hope the strategy works. I think that like everything they've done, the timing of it seems right, and I hope that it works. But I also know that they've tried this before, and eventually what happens is people get bored. If you make it too easy, you make it too simple, people get bored. So you have to be very responsive. The queue is never popping. I don't know. I'm a healer. I need a healer to queue up on the beta. I think I'm too high rated. 1788, guys. Too high rated. Games like Elden Ring. Yeah, but how does Elden Ring sell compared to like a mobile casino game? Like how much money does it generate? You see where I'm saying? Like these corporations, they're going to shift away from actual games to just casinos for kids. They're just going to do that. Casino for kids is easier to make and makes more money. You know how easy it would be for them to make gacha games with all of their IPs? Sure, they'd sell out their reputation or whatever, but they'd probably make the most money they've ever made. I mean, to me, StarCraft is one of the best games of all time, but a WoW mount made more money than the entirety of Wings of Liberty. So how does like one of the best games of all time literally make less money than a mount? This is where like if you're a corporation, you just want money. You should just be making gacha games, casino games, action RPGs that are just loaded with insane animations and loot drops. They're not really challenging to just get people addicted. Well, yeah, the player complains about something, so the dev listens to the feedback, and they still think the game is boring. Yeah, I mean, that's going to happen. I think it's the same reason that people can't, like, sit through a full movie anymore. Do you know that they started writing daytime TV to adjust for people having TikTok brains? They literally write their plots knowing that people are looking at their phone and not really paying attention. So they write their plots to be a lot more obvious, like the characters will state what the plot is almost. A lot of the times in TV shows. And they do that because they know their audience isn't paying attention. I think Solo Shuffle saved the game. I think if Solo Shuffle wasn't in the game, it may actually have 0 players. Would it be mad doing PvP without add-ons? No. I've already said I won't. Remember Contra 3 in the 90s? I don't think I played that. I think we're just entering an era where TikTok is better dopamine than a lot of video games. There's a lot better dopamine than a lot of other sources of media. I think short form media is taking over. You know how many like studios I see are getting shut down? They can't get funding anymore. New game comes out, 0 people playing it. Like when we were in like the peak or whatever of video games we consider to be the peak, video games were the best source of dopamine. They were by far. And fundamentally, entertainment is just dopamine release in your brain. So you're just competing with any other possible source of dopamine as far as engagement. And gambling and TikTok is way more dopamine. Well, like I said, young people, like when we started video games, we liked single player games. We liked the RPG, the story games, right? Because we had nothing to compare it to. So it's like you go through a journey of playing those games, then you want to play online, and then there's leaderboards, and maybe you start playing in some tournaments or some seasonal play, and then now you're addicted to that, and nothing else feels the same. What are the quality? I think Shuffle has really good games. I like Shuffle, personally. Maybe that means I'm washed? I don't know, but I actually like Shuffle. Savix left retail because his viewership was low. If he had the same viewership on retail, he wouldn't have left. All those streamers, you can only trust them as far as their viewership. They'll just stream whatever their highest viewership is. It's the same for me. If I could get triple the viewership doing something else, I would do it because it's as a streamer, that's your main prerogative. So their opinions on the game don't mean anything. They literally don't mean anything. Because they're just going to go where their viewership is higher. And if it's higher, they'll say that game is better because they want to support that to get their viewership even higher. So, like, they're just going to play whatever makes their viewership higher. Their opinion doesn't matter at all. Literally doesn't matter at all. Oh, crap. Why is this tyrant on me? Clip it and ship it. I'm just saying, like, as a streamer, your opinion is biased. You want to play whatever gives you the most viewership. Like, for example, a good example of this is Summit. So Summit played WoW PvP in the War Within. He was queuing with Peekaboo. And he was having fun. But his viewership went down. He likes the game. He said the game is good. But he couldn't keep doing it because his viewership went down. So the game is good. Streamers' viewership just doesn't go up playing it, so they don't play it. They'd rather play something where their viewership goes up. Because again, it's their profession. It's their profession. Their main goal is increase their viewership. So I tell you right now that a streamer's opinion of a game doesn't mean shit. Because they'll just say whatever is giving them the highest viewership or whatever game is directly paying them, right? Like, I guarantee a lot of these streamers that say retail WoW is dog and whatever, they're going to come back and play it because Blizzard's going to pay them to go and pretend to like it to try and trick their audience to play it when they don't. They're going to immediately switch off of it because their viewership is lower. Another good example of this is Fellowship. A lot of people who do Mythic Plus hate that they have to raid. They hate that they have to grind in WoW. They just want to queue Mythic Plus. So Fellowship is just queue Mythic Plus. And some of those Mythic Plus streamers went over and played Fellowship and they liked it. But they didn't stay because their viewership was a third of what it is playing WoW. That's just how it is, bro. A streamer is going to go wherever the views are. They're not going to go necessarily to what they have the most fun with. They're going to go to wherever the views are. Oh, God. I'm just telling you, bro, like, whoever is streaming, they will just play whatever gets them the most viewership. Or the game is paying them directly to play it for a short amount of time. And if their viewership goes up, they'll stay on it. But if their viewership doesn't go up, they're not going to stay on it. And the best proof I have of that was Summit. Because Summit legitimately was having fun playing Hunter in PvP in retail in the War Within. He was having fun. And he said on his stream, I can't play this because my viewership goes down. It had nothing to do with him not having fun playing the game. He just said my viewership goes down. I can't. But he was having fun. So you can't trust a streamer's opinion on games. This is what I'm saying. Oh, crap. Here we go again. Well, yeah, exactly. I feel like Midnight listened to Zaryu, Asmongold. No, I don't know if they directly did it because of them, but those ideas presented for the game have been presented by them. And they're not going to play the game because their viewership will go down. And the main reason their viewership will go down is because they've built an audience that is off of hating WoW. And what do you know? It's easy to build an audience off of hate. Who would have thought? So their audience is built off of hating retail. So even if retail does everything they say, it doesn't matter because their engagement is based off of hating it. If they suddenly have to start liking it, everything they've done doesn't make any sense anymore. I just panicked and ironbarked the wrong guy. So it doesn't matter. Like, they won't be able to. Your opinion doesn't matter. It probably doesn't. I mean, the only way you could really know if my opinion mattered would be if I could do something else for more viewership, but I chose to stay, then you could say my opinion matters.
I need to get closer.
No, Classic wouldn't make my viewership go up. Classic didn't make everyone's viewership go up. I'm just saying, streamer opinions, like, you have to be very careful because they're not genuine most of the time. I feel like I need to get like more cat farm stuff going or something. I feel like I have too many globals where I'm just kind of sitting around. But like, for example, when you're consulting with players for balancing PvP, you have to be careful because their opinions, again, are likely to be biased. And what do I mean? They are financially incentivized to lie to you. They want their class to be the most OP to win money. So they're not incentivized to necessarily give you the best feedback for the game as a whole. They are incentivized to give you feedback that makes their class OP so they can win money. And that's same for Race to World First, same for whatever. Like, you have to be careful when you're consulting players because their bias is towards their own spec. Oh crap. Oh no, dash costs mana. Ooh, please be enough. Pre-patch is next week, I think, yeah. I think the only time that Zarya will have a positive view of the game will be as if his viewership goes up. But I don't think that'll happen because there's too much like negative influence basically sabotaging the game. That isn't to say that Midnight isn't good or bad, but I think there is a lot of just negative sentiment about retail that I don't even know what it would take to get that negative sentiment to change. But it will just be, people will jump on, their viewership won't go up, they'll leave after Blizzard stops paying them, if they are paying them to play. Oh my god, double DK is so much damage. No Omnibar? I'm glad there's no Omnibar. I think the game is better without add-ons, personally. People will literally just miss kicks way more often because they don't have the kick bar in the middle of their screen. Oh my god. Double Soul Reaper, dude. Blizzard does pay those streamers on certain promotional periods. A lot of streamers are paid usually on the release day of a game, or if not for a few days on the release day of a game. They're not paid 24/7, and that's why they're not playing the game 24/7. They only play for the 3 days they're paid, and then they don't. Like, here you go. Here's $10,000 to pretend to like our game for 3 days, even though we know you hate it. And then you can go back to your other game. Every game does it. It's not just Blizzard. Every game does that. Streamers are just like used car salesmen now. If it happens to coincide that, you know, the game is, they genuinely like the game and the viewership's high, that's great, but they don't care. It's just views. Whoever gets more views. And hate generally gets more views than positivity. So I don't think like anybody who's built their audience on hating retail will ever be able to like stream it and be positive about it and get good viewership. I don't see that ever happening. My god, I can't get a clone, dude, for my life. I really need him to come closer to the pillar. Ugh. No way, dude. Oh, close. Almost didn't win it. What's up, I'm Fix? What's up, I'm Fix? The other thing too is a lot of people don't even know what they want from WoW. They want to feel like they did when they were a kid, but they've experienced too much, their brains have been altered too much, and they won't feel like that ever again. It just won't happen. But for most people who like stopped streaming retail, it's just because their viewership went down. The viewership went down just because the game's old. There's no hype for it. Eventually hype goes down on something. Like Classic right now, at least, hardcore seems to be still kind of hype, but it's eventually going to go down because people are going to get fatigued. It's going to go down. And so that's when they randomly switched to RuneScape and pretended to like RuneScape for 2 weeks. And then guess what? Their viewership went down because it wasn't exciting anymore. And then they came back. And then, oh, it's exciting for a little bit, and then it's not. And then we're going to go to this random fucking game and pretend it's good for 2 weeks. And then, oh shit, this game's not interesting anymore. Viewership's down. Time to go somewhere else. That's just the meta now. That's the meta. What is this? Retail gets hate because the PvP ladder is a scam. How can rank 1s be seen going 1 and 5 and not lose rating? It's because it's MMR. You don't know how MMR works. You don't know how MMR works. I just kind of don't think it's worth these game publishers paying streamers to pretend to like their game. I think building an authentic streamer community that genuinely likes your game could be worth it for the long term. But just paying really big streamers to bullshit and pretend to like your shit for a day, I swear isn't fucking worth it. Just pay to run the ad on their channel and like, I don't know, bro. I swear it's not worth it. The rank 1 gatekeepers are hoarding all of the MMRs. But it makes sense that that's the meta for switching games because it's the same thing with TikTok, right? Like you watch a video for 5 seconds and flip to a new video. Like no one's watching 4-hour long movies. They're watching TikToks. So it makes sense that the streaming meta has shifted to that also. Play something until you're bored of it, which is going to be really fast, and then just find the next thing, find the next thing. That's just how it is now. Because midnight's going to spike. Everyone's viewership's going to go up here for a little bit, and then eventually people are going to get bored, and then it's going to go down again. It's just how it is. You guys saying that like Zarya and them like the PvE, bro. They literally got paid to play Fellowship, and the entire time they were playing Fellowship on their stream, they're like, man, they should make PvP for this game. Man, they should make PvP for this game. These guys are just doing it because their viewers are higher, bro. If their viewers were higher on PvP, they'd be playing PvP. They're only doing it because the viewership is higher. Like, please, man. The reason I know the game is still good is because Peekaboo comes back and plays it. I know that there is something good about WoW PvP. Otherwise, he wouldn't come back. He wouldn't bother coming back. And he doesn't come back because he's getting paid to do it. He's coming back. He's playing threes with Absturge. Like, he's not coming back because it's necessarily going to make him more money. He comes back because he genuinely likes it. And he's willing to take the hit or whatever to come back to get it. And I know WoW PvP is good because Summit doesn't, like, he played a bit of WoW, but he's not insane at the game. And he had fun playing PvP when he played it, but his viewership went down so he couldn't keep playing it. What's up, Dream State? I mean, there was a time where streaming WoW PvP was the biggest thing on the platform. WoW PvP was the biggest section. You had Soda Poppin', Wreckful, Swifty. All these guys were the biggest streamers playing WoW PvP. They were. So this idea that like, oh, it's too hard to watch all this blah, 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 blah. Well, then why was it big then? It shouldn't be big now. Or it shouldn't have been big then if those were the reasons. I think it's just the game is more popular, and it's just a popularity thing. People's dopamine's low; it's not popular. So I don't know what you can do at that point. Like, what are you supposed to do? Yeah, no. If you made like a PvP montage back in the day, highest views ever. Like Vanguard's rank 1 push is Rhett and the end of Wrath of the Lich King. I think his video is hundreds of thousands of views. People don't watch because they can't. The average player can't log on and get carried. Why was it successful back then? Rip Warcraft movies. I'm just saying that, like, a lot of these like subjective opinions aren't necessarily going to swing the game's popularity, in my view. And it's funny is they're realizing it too. I watch them have clips of like, you know, oh, I made this recommendation to Blizzard and now what if it doesn't work? It's like, I don't think anything can. Now they're just complete doomer. Now they're just like, nothing can save retail. That's all they say now. Like, before it was always some excuse. It was like, oh, it's too hard. It's too complicated. It's too hard to watch. Blah, blah, blah. Something, some random thing. And now their opinion is just, oh, nothing can save retail. It's so funny, dude. The only time I've ever felt pressured to use add-ons was in PvE. Like if you join a group, you don't have DBM or something, they literally think you're going to play like complete garbage and you're going to be this massive liability and they don't want you in the raid. It's literally only been PvE where I've ever felt like pressured to play with add-ons. I think the game has always been hard to watch for someone who doesn't play. There's just less people playing. Because if Mop, like Mop on Twitch was like one of the biggest times on Twitch was Mop PvP. There's not a single big Mop PvP streamer. There isn't. Even though back then that was the game to stream. Zarya's opinion of that game is that was the best version of the game. There's not a single one. S-Fan did this. He worked with SOD devs for Paladin. SOD comes out. He got low views, so he went back to GTA RP. Exactly. Streamers will play whatever is the highest viewership. They don't care about the game. Excellent. Thank you for the 49 months. They don't. Well, I mean, maybe they do, but they don't care about it more than their money. So they won't stay. Even if you listen to them, even if you've done everything right in their opinion, if their viewership goes down, they won't stay. And that's why, in my opinion, it's a waste of fucking money to pay them to stream your game. It's a waste. A complete fucking waste. Because you're just gambling on the chance that their viewership will go up so that they'll stay, which I think can bring value. Like a community building streamer around your game, I think is really good. Oh my god, we got a hype train, dude.
Has been unlocked.
We got a hype train.
Spam your memes for
There's a hype train.
Citizens of the chat.
Thank you, Exon.
You have been selected for a mission. A mission of utmost importance. A mission to explore the edge of the unknown. The hype rocket stands ready. Fueled by your bits, your subs, and your...
What is on my screen? Bro, I don't even know because I can't see it. I have to open OBS.
We push the boundaries of hype space itself.
It's the AI alerter. Have you not seen this? Is this the first time you've seen this? It's artificial intelligence collapsing a decade of content creator memes to encourage engagement. Is it working for you guys?
72 is currently our top supporter.
Is it working? Bro, YouTube Clips does not like it. When this is going on and I clip a moment and put a YouTube short up, they hate it so much, dude. They hate it so much. How has Resto changed? I think Resto is a lot better at midnight than it is in the War Within. I think the healer experience is a lot better. I'm worried about tuning for like some DPS specs, but Castle Crashers ending? What? Oh, the music? I'm just saying, like, if Soda Poppin randomly decided he was going to do a retail arena tournament and he was super fixated on it and he got all the other streamers into it, it would be popular. He's going to make a TBC dueling tournament, which is just the most dog shit thing I can imagine. It's just whoever resists more wins, or who plays a rogue and then whoever resists more wins. I'm just like, you want to put millions of dollars on that?
Top
That's what you want to choose to get obsessed about?
Time remaining.
What?
2 minutes.
The hyposphere.
Ready for liftoff. One small
Did you just say SpongeBob?
one giant leap. One small sub. For the hype.
Bro, how did it know to add like opera music on the final one before the drop? It's actually insane. Just the instrumentation that it chooses to do, the way it builds.
Time remaining. 1 minute.
Levels are critical. The rocket is going soft. We're so close to the hyposphere. We need a final push. Subs and bits is our fuel. Who will thrust us over the edge? Fuel the hype rocket.
30 seconds. Time is running out. There is
Wait, why'd he
only
block?
12 seconds left.
We're gonna let the hype train die that fast, bro?
XN72 is the hype train king. The hype train has reached its destination.
Haste Die isn't terrible. Well, yeah, because they reworked the stats a bit. Where haste is definitely not as bad as it was. I would be excited for TBC if they did some class balance tuning. If they buffed like Rets, Enhance, Boomkins, Ellies, like I'm not talking like rework them, but just like some numbers. A little bit more damage on some stuff. Like, I don't know why we want to just play TBC exactly the way that we just played it, whatever, 3 years ago. There's nothing new to explore. You know what the best shit is. Oh god, why did my stun not go off? Oh god. Well, they literally did tuning for MOP PvE. They literally tuned classes in MOP PvE. I feel like TBC round 2, it would have been really cool to do like some tuning for PvP. That's the main reason TBC is kind of dog doo-doo. Half the specs can't even play the game. What's up, Nurtured? Howdy, howdy. Yuck, yuck. I mean, I'm sure China, I think China's probably playing Classic more than retail. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't actually know those numbers, but I would assume that they're going to invest huge in something to do with Classic. They ruined the classes with the MOP tuning, you think so? I didn't play it to know. But they didn't do any PvP tuning. It was only PvE. I forgot they all have Hall of Terror now, so if you run into them, you're dead. I should have just trinketed, I guess. The T-Mog. Did I even have a T-Mog? The darkness infused polearm? Well, yeah, the Titanforge servers seem so much more interesting than just doing it again. You know what I mean? Just doing it. I feel like instead of doing TBC re-release, they should have done Titanforge servers for NA. I feel like there's no way that TBC will be having as many people as it did the last re-release. It's gotta be fatigued, at least a bit. Unless people are like full goldfish. I think Mage feels the worst of. I think Arcane kind of feels fun, but Fire and Frost, it's like you either do damage in Combust or you do damage with Ray of Frost or you do nothing. Wrath of Lich King 3.0 is coming out? What do you mean the Leet King? What is the Leet King? I mean, it's a tuning and a design issue. It really depends, because like high level PvEers like punching a bunch of buttons that mean nothing in a complicated sequence. But in PvP, it's just fun to press a button and oh, the HP moved. They don't want to do PvE where it's spam Frostbolt. Like high level PvE players, they don't want to do that. But spam Frostbolt in PvP isn't necessarily bad because you've got other things to think about while you're playing. It's not the whole game. Oh no. How did we not win there? Oh my god. Oh wait! Please kill the mage! Oh. I mean, it's for ego stroking, right? Like, if the more complicated rotation is, then the better player you are, so you feel better when you execute on it better. I mean, people are buying TBC because of nostalgia. They want to go through the dark portal, remember what it felt like to be 15. It's not fundamental game design that's getting the majority of people to do it. Mind you, if you're someone who's never gone through the dark portal before, I definitely think it's worth playing. And if you want it for the nostalgia, that's worth playing, but I don't know. As far as thinking it's like overall. Oh my god. Hey, how did he not kick the mage sheep right there? What? I don't like how Ironbark is in the middle of the screen. Oh god, he's dead. Oh. I'm so far. Did he purge my NS? What the hell happened to my NS? Oh, we won. What? I mean, Pokemon literally re-releases Pokemon Red with like every new console. And the reason they do that is because nostalgia. like releasing classic games has been popular for a long time. Consoles have been doing it forever. But I do think like you have to be very careful with streamer opinions on things. Just because a streamer is playing something does not mean that they like the thing. It's just getting them the most viewership. Does it sometimes overlap? Sure, but not always. I think WoW's biggest issue is that it can't get newer young people because the perception is that it's a boomer game. And number two, it's really expensive relative to other PvP game options. So it's got a bad perception and a high cost of entry. And I'm not talking skill-wise. Like financially, it's a high cost of entry and it has a bad perception. So it's not really getting new players. So what's happening is that people are aging, and as they age, they're getting worse at the game. So they end up hating it. So now it's just a bunch of people who hate the modern game because it makes them feel old and bad. So they play the old version of the game to feed their ego while just saying the retail game sucks. And it's not because they're old and bad. It's just because it sucks and this game's better. And you don't have any new influx because the perception of the game is that it's an old man game and it's too expensive. So at this point, all you can do is WoW is milk nostalgia. And honestly, I think Midnight even's doing a good job of that. Like this feels like a TBC druid for a lot of it. It feels like a TBC druid, making it easier, reducing the keybinds, going to Silver Moon, going back to Zul'Aman, going back to the Sunwell, like going back to these nostalgic zones, making the game easier for the old bad people. Dwick sucks. Thank you for the 21 months. I think that's the move you have to do. That's the move you have to do. You have to do it. It's okay to be old and bad, bro. I'm old and bad, but I'm not just going to hate on the game because I'm old and bad. Midnight is the actual TBC 2.0. For some specs. Again, some of the class management I don't think has been spectacular. Like, I think Mage in general. Mage is going to be interesting to see. I think Arcane ended up being okay, sort of, but Fire and Frost, I think... I'm not sold on. Yeah, the submodel, that's what I'm saying. You guys can say all day that, oh, it's because it's too hard. No, it's because it costs $20 a month. But then it's like, then they have to look at their operating costs. How can they reduce their operating costs to be able to go free to play? And I don't know if they can do that. So WoW is stuck in this weird limbo. And if you go free to play, the perception of that is that your game is dead. So you're gonna have literally Blizzard can't win. You go free to play, it's gonna get a bad perception. If you stay like this, it's gonna be a boomer game where only veterans are playing. How do you win if you're Blizzard? But like outside of like some outlier class balance and overall pacing, like the one-shotting and the annoying CC is like significantly lower, which is good. Those are all the complaints everybody's complaining about. The only thing I think they need to do is there needs to be like a rated bracket for only DPS players, because there's some people who are old dads and they just want to be able to log in and play. So like making a 1v1 bracket, maybe there's like power-ups in it so it helps balance the game, right? Like obviously like Rogue or Rat or something might be too OP, so put some power-ups in the game that maybe like you can pick up on the side of the map and it lets you attack through bubble, or maybe it lets you attack through cloak, or can find stealth targets faster without all the penalties. Like there's a way to make a 1v1 mode. I think that would be really well received from like the casual people who just log in for like maybe a couple minutes. They just want to play a quick game, a quick little 1v1. Building a 1v1 mode that helps them play the game and try and balance it a little bit with the things that are available in the mode. You don't tune the classes for it. You just put power up. The same with Battleground Blitz. They added like power-ups. So like if you're going to mines, you can pick up a thing that makes you go in stealth. Because obviously a rogue has an advantage going to that base in stealth. Well, there you go. You just put a power-up that every class now can stealth to the base. And it makes it more fair. That's what you could do with 1v1 also. And then if you got the queue less clogged up because people are doing 1v1 instead, the queues would get faster for other people who don't want to do it. The most popular modes are going to be the ones with the fastest queue, and then all DPS mode would be the fastest queue. But you have to try to make it fun and seem somewhat fair. But I don't think they're going to do it. I don't think they'll do it, but I think they should do it, but I don't think they'll do it. I don't know why it would be hard. You just queue into the same arena maps, and you add some power-ups on the map, so that classes who suck at 1v1 can get some power-ups to make it more even, so you don't have to rebalance the game just for it. I cannot get a clone on this druid, and it's annoying the hell out of me, bro. Oh, we might be dead. Not a big fan of the prop paladins that are coming up in the game right now, though. I'll tell you that. Tranquility is like your big oh crap moment. Hots do 0 healing. It's because we're at 77% dampening. Nothing does any healing when it's reduced by 79%. I mean, Blitz Q times are a bit better, and it's because the ratio of DPS to healer is better. But to be fair, even games like Marvel Rivals that don't have roll Q, the population is going down over time. Healing easier? I think it is easier, yeah. I mean, 2v2 with only DPS, some type of ranked mode that's only DPS. But you would have to put like power-ups and stuff to try and help balance it, because obviously it would be very imbalanced. If you make a ladder, it should be only the specs, you know, are competing against each other like solo shuffle, so you don't have to worry about being better than a rogue. Oh, don't do this to me. Track kicks? I don't think you can track kicks. I mean, I haven't tried to, but I don't think you can. I shot him up with that dude. That's bogus. That is bogus. Hocus bogus.
It's not ready yet. I'm dead. He is a prop pally. Is Germination gone? No, you can still take it. I don't have it in my build, but you can definitely still play it. I actually like it without it. Well, yeah, exactly. Hearthstone adding those pets or whatever, yeah. It means they're losing their new audience. Hearthstone's viewership on Twitch is also all-time low. And Hearthstone's an easy game to understand. So like all these arguments against why WoW is dying can't be applied to Hearthstone. So why is Hearthstone dying? Well, maybe because it has very little to do with any sort of subjective opinion about game design. And it's just the games are fucking old. They don't give as much dopamine anymore. Because even like classic WoW or whatever, like let a classic server run its course, it'll have 0 people on it after like a few months. Oh my god, arcane damage. They need to add silence DR onto the DR tracker. I'm gonna get sheeped. Ugh. The client is bad? I haven't been on it in literally like 10 years. I used to care a lot. Like when I watched, I think Colento and Amaz were playing a lot. And I used to like watch the tournaments. I used to like care a lot about watching it. I don't know what happened that I stopped caring about it. I did just eventually stop caring about it. There's boosting in every game. All these arguments are so stupid. Other games are just as complicated for a new player to get into and understand. All these other games have cheating and exploiting and boosting. All of these other games have people complaining about solo queue. All of these other games have all of these issues that you're listing. They all have them. We're just going to pretend they don't. We're just going to pretend people who play League of Legends as a main game literally don't make the same complaints about the same shit. We're just not going to pretend that. I'm saying these can't be the sole reason. I think the biggest impact is just there are free-to-play games for PvP. There's way more of them than ever. Not being free-to-play as a PvP game is a huge disadvantage. I think that is the main disadvantage for WoW PvP. Main one. Not the only one. It still might not be the most popular game on the planet if you made it free-to-play, but it's definitely the biggest reason. It's just it's not free-to-play. Ooh. Why is he half mana and I'm ooh?
Not enough mana.
My god, bro, I'm zoom. I'm hoping I just get enough to tranquility, dude. I'm so far away from it. I think Plunderstorm would have had 0 players after like 2 months. The fact that when they re-released it, it probably had 50% less players than the first time around. Again, like, I don't think Plunderstorm was going to be the next big thing. I mean, I feel like Blizzard's going the opposite direction. They're trying to add more value to the WoW sub instead of making it go free to play, right? Instead of let's just make our product free, it's how can we add more value? Well, then we'll give you a Plunder Storm minigame, we'll give you Remix minigame, we'll give you a 6-month sub mount or whatever. You'll get trading post benefits. You'll get. They're just trying to increase the value of the sub instead of going free to play. They're going the opposite direction where they're trying to be as a position where they can justify it as much as possible. I mean, everything is FOMO, right? Like, people are doing the Mythic Mount and the PvP gear and all that. They're doing it because it's going to go away. You have to have FOMO. If your game doesn't have FOMO, no one's going to play. At least not long term.
Too far away.
Your FOMO are rival, curve, and Keystone Master? Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you wanted people to play longer on a patch, you could add like mid-season FOMO things. Like a mid-season dungeon thing that only exists for 1 week in the middle, right? Like when your sub count would normally go down, right? You put a mid-season event where do a Keystone at level 20 and get a unique mount. You would bring the numbers up for that. People would sub for it. It'd be like what you're doing with Stranger Things, where it's like you get season 8 on this month and season 9 on the next month, so you stay subscribed for 3 months. Be the same thing. My God. Or an in-game PvP tournament for a pet or some shit in the middle of the season. I mean, that's what Remix is, right? It's literally just like a mid-season event with limited transmogs. But you could add retail events too. They kind of do though. Brawlers Guild. What's the other one? I don't know what we're attacking. I feel like this guy watched my tier list saying Prop Pally was OP, so he made one. But he doesn't really know how to make it OP, so he's just a Prop Pally. Running around trying to do his best. Yeah, that's cloned me, dude. Did Ven make one? I think it's ultimately video games are like genres of music, and genres don't stay like as popular forever. It's like RTS. Is it because RTS is really complicated and hard to pick up? Is that why it's not popular anymore? Or is it just because RTS isn't a popular genre anymore? Bro, I'm just always dude. No, it's just a dude in a moon. I love how they're CCing me, but like I can't heal anyways. Oh my god, I didn't expect that guy to be the one that died. Total War 40k, what is that? Is that an RTS? Someone leave? Oh, this guy, yeah, the rat left. Which classes have you tested? Pretty much everything. I think my testing is limited on Assassination Rogue. I don't have a lot of experience there. But DevCom came in here and basically explained that it's just very energy starved, so you can't really accomplish anything. Whether it's the new design goal or the old design goal, you just can't do much because your energy regen is so low. I don't have any XP on Prezivoker. Prezivoker, Asa Rogue are like the least played for me. Trying to think if there's anything else. Frost DK, Prez, Frost, and Asa are probably the least played. I think Frost just sucks though. The numbers are just not there for Frost. Which healer? I think Holy Pally is the best healer. It's like Holy Pally and Mistweaver and Druid I think are all kind of close. Marks is decent. It's definitely decent. I think Asa Rogue is bad. Yeah, that's what I just said. I don't think Asa Rogue is good as far as numbers. Please show talents. I don't think this is like, I don't even remember what I was trying to do with this build, but this is not like the normal build, I think, for Druid. I think Havoc is good. I don't know in Arena if I would, is it, I don't think it's as OP as DK, but it's definitely close. I will say, like, Counter-Strike 2, I think another thing too is that Counter-Strike 2 they're doing big gambling. They're incorporating gambling. So I feel like they like, you can't be doing too well if you're willing to, you know, do that, right? Like, they've tried to avoid it for a long time. Like, fundamentally in the entertainment industry, if you're not incorporating like some type of sin or whatever, you're gonna fall behind the other entertainment industries that do. Disc is okay. We're expecting a massive blue put. I hope so. The PvEers are even getting upset about it, dude. I swear, the PvEers are just like, what's going on? Why is there no tuning? What is this? You want to test sub? Alright, you want to see? Let's see Subtlety Rogue Burst in Midnight, dude. Let's see what you can do. 100 me, dude. Here it comes. One cheap shot, about half my health. Cheap shot a little bit late there, buddy. I mean, it's not insane. I don't think it's insane. I don't know if it's insane, my guy. The new patch is confirmed for Wednesday. Oh, so they do have something. I really hope they don't give up on the weekly tuning and stuff like that for PvE and PvP. I think it's very important that, like, there's active meta shifts and things like that. Because if you release the game in a static form, it's just that, if you're playing one of the lesser represented or bad specs, no one wants you and you feel you just quit. So you have to, like, you have to do a constant tuning. And I can't imagine it's very expensive to be like, all right, Arcane Surge is going to hit 20% harder now. You know, like, I can't believe that that's an excessive amount of, like, development cost compared to, like, drawing a new animation or for something and an audio effect or something. Like that cost has to be significantly lower. But it gets you such good value for how low the cost is. What classes are on for the arena? DK, Holy Pally. If I had to guess, the best comp would be like DK Hunter, Holy Pally or something right now. Which is funny, is that's the best comp in the War Within, except maybe it's Shaman. Hearthstone Town? What PvP talents? Disentanglement, so Efflorescence removes snares. I'm playing Instant Wild Growth. I don't know how good this is, to be honest. And then I have the one where you Star Surge, it makes you heal more. I don't have NS clone, though. I might be better. Like I said, I don't think my build is the most optimal. What's the most fun? I've been having fun on Druid. And I haven't had fun on Druid in a long time. Druid was my main at one point. I was like multi-rank 1 on it. I won tournaments on it, but I just got bored of it. Please, dude. You see how my answer is just I got bored of it? It's not necessarily that it was badly designed or something. Everyone does what they can to squeeze an edge. Is playing an easy spec like BM gonna make me bad? No. Oh, you never forget the arena where you're rapping playing as Peekaboo and it made him rage so bad? Those are the good days, bro. We've lost all of our personalities, bro. Like Looney and Z-Pie and Walrix and like these guys streaming. We just don't have any like really big personalities that stream PvP anymore is also an issue. Everybody that streams PvP now is a turbo sweat that doesn't have a webcam or a mic on when they play. But like back in the day, it was just people memeing. We don't have the memers anymore, dude. We don't have like a burnt peanut in the WoW section. We used to. We don't have it anymore. Everybody's just Giga Turbo Sweat now. I'm not gonna lie, I wish the sauerkraut stuff like had its own directory, because when I open the WoW section I literally have to scroll for 5 minutes before I can find anything that isn't a sauerkraut stream. I don't like that. I feel like they should have like a mini directory in every game that's like event or something. So it's like World of Warcraft and then the subcategory is event, and then you can find anyone who's streaming that event. Hater. It's not a matter of being a hater, it's just I can't find what I want to watch in the directory. It's a filtering issue. Does old school RuneScape have its own directory compared to the modern version of it, or is it collapsed into the same thing? Yeah. As it's on. Yeah, I feel like I do think WoW should then. There's already a precedent that's setting it. I don't know why I wouldn't.
Him an honorable death.
I think we're pretty dead here.
You did not have Deloa's blessing this day.
It'd be depressing to see the viewership disparity. Oh, it'd be massive. Retail would probably be like 7K viewers or something. So did you win? I mean, Counter-Strike just has the advantage that the visual is literally putting a bullet in someone's head for the game. Everyone understands, oh, bullet in the head, that guy did good. Any fantasy game is automatically going to be harder to watch, irregardless if it has simple or complex gameplay. It's fucking fireballs on the screen. Nobody, like, what? But I don't think Counter-Strike is so popular just because it's easy to understand. Someone went pew pew in the game. I just don't. I don't agree. That's the main reason, or the only reason. Oh, bro. That's what I mean. When Asvin, Reckful, Mitch, and Soda, they're just streaming and they just liked playing the game, and they just played the game. That was the time, dude. That was the time. Those were the times. If you made World of Warcraft have 5 active buttons, it would have 0 players. There's like a limit on how far you can prune it. Plus also, like, oh, battle royales are the most popular genre, and having low abilities makes the game more popular. Then why is Supervive dead in the dirt? Supervive is literally like a MOBA battle royale that has 3 buttons, dead in the dirt. Have to turn the servers off. No one cares. It's not the only thing, bro. It's not the only thing to consider. BM Hunter seems just so OP.
Grant her an honorable death.
Oh, we got one, dude. Why do you never press wall? It's just very mana intensive. I only do it if I feel like I absolutely have to. If you get turbo, I think I do get revenue from it. I get more than if you have you know what to block it completely. I could definitely get more, but I don't know what exactly if it's worse off for me for you to have turbo versus a sub technically. Oh my god, no way I get Infernal stun. I mean, there's 2 ways to approach that. You could say that it's a good thing that the talent tree is really big with a lot of choices because that's fun for a player to explore. Like, you can just change, you can flip the argument really easily. If World of Warcraft was popular, you could be like, it's because the classes have so many abilities and such intricate decision making and the talent tree choices make it vast and you feel like there's a lot of expression. Like, you could just flip the script on any of these opinions. That's why I say they're subjective. I'm gonna get feared. Oh god. How's Windwalker? I think it's just kind of average. I don't think it's insane. Oh no, where's he going? These infernals, bro, I swear. I've been screwed over by an infernal stun like 10 times. What's harder, Rogue or Feral? Probably Feral. I think Feral's probably the hardest melee now in Midnight. I think the bigger issue with the talent tree is that if you don't pick particularly the right combination, your performance is significantly worse. I think that's a bigger issue. If I could just pick whatever ones I want and I'm like maybe 4% worse at best, you know, it wouldn't be that bad. But like if you pick bad talents, you're like 50% worse in some cases. So like if you're a new player and you just pick talents because you thought they were cool and now you're playing 50% worse than you could, that's going to feel bad. Because your character's performing 50% worse. Like what? Who wouldn't feel bad if your character was performing 50% worse? Healing and solo shuffle? I don't mind it. I actually don't mind it right now. Maybe I'm like, because I took a break from it, right? I didn't do a lot of healing in the last season of The War Within. So I feel like I've kind of like reset my tolerance maybe to it. Do you know Void Reaver Haze Disc? I think it's still good, yeah. Like I said, I think healing this, even though this feels like a work in progress, is more fun than healing the one-shots. There's still some specs on here that one-shot, but it's not every spec. Like, I don't get CC'd for half a global and I'm paranoid about something dying. Honestly, I wish we could build like a community that just liked playing and watching both retail and classic. I hate that like it's like two camps. I feel like we need to like bridge the gap, bro. It would be nice to be able to just be a streamer and play whatever you want and not have people just like completely miserable about it. PvP is a lot more fun and well-paced. I mean, it depends, right? Like, most of the games are going to 80% dampening or whatever. But it's like, you don't really notice it because... I don't even actually know. I think it's because the dampening is scaling faster than it's supposed to, actually. Like, dampening goes slower on retail. The games would be way longer if it wasn't going as fast as it is right now. What about Classic is easier to watch? I don't understand. I'm telling you right now, I could level in retail and I wouldn't get any viewers. Because that's what 99% of Classic is running around and mining things and leveling. Peekaboo is quitting Classic? What does that even mean? Well, I mean, the thing is, the viewership is not going to always be there forever. But, I mean, what do you mean quitting? I think he's going to go to whatever gives him the most viewership. Unless he's made enough money now that he doesn't care and he's just going to play whatever is fun. I mean, eventually you're going to hit that point. If you have $15 million and you absolutely despise Classic, why the fuck are you streaming it, right? Like, if you do like Midnight more, then at that point, it makes more sense to maximize for your enjoyment, right? Is he going to do... He wants to play because BlizzCon's back? Is that what it is? Who's he going to play with? I don't think WizKid's going to leave his team. I think WizKid's current team stands a much better chance of winning than the move would. If you hate me because I said that, whatever. But... I mean, him and Absters could get somebody else maybe, but if I was WizKid, I wouldn't want to leave that team. I mean, I don't hate Midnight. There's some specs I don't like playing, but out of the specs that I like playing, I think it's fun. You think college will struggle without add-ons? I think that'll be the most interesting thing to see. Is who is being carried by their spaceship UIs. I actually think that'll be entertaining to see. Like, which pro player was carried the most by add-ons? Like, how did Waz go from winning every tournament to losing every tournament? What happened? Oh, I guess he needed his add-ons. Like, can you imagine if that happens? I swear it would be so funny. Time to wake up. It's my alarm for work, bro. I think it'll negatively impact the older players more than anyone. I think that the add-on change, it'll impact people who are like 30 plus more than it will anyone who's below 30. Bro, there are so many people that are completely dependent on their weak auras. What's the add-on change? It's a lot of combat add-ons aren't going to work anymore. Like, you can't track cooldowns, you can't track kicks. There's not going to be any like foghorn pop-ups on the screen anymore. Yeah, the raid frames I think could still use some improvement. There's no cheating, I guess. Yeah, the Mez weak aura package is it's dead. There's an add-on that tracks kicks in PvE. How? Yeah, they removed a lot. I like that they removed the interrupts. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you what right now, dude. Like, oh my god. Everyone having a kick is so annoying. It's so much less annoying to play the game with so many kicks. So nice. Like, I see a druid running at me and I cast clone on him and I know he can't kick me. And I'm like, yes. I think that I don't get as annoyed by CC right now as much. So I think it's definitely improved. I think Demo is the only thing that is somewhat annoying. Well, PvP content, I mean, you can technically queue for all of it, but the only things that will pop are solo shuffle and skirmishes. And if you duel in Elwyn. Like, you can queue for Battleground Blitz, but it's not going to pop. I mean, I could literally put myself in the queue if I wanted to. I think if you want to order the beta, maybe wait until after the like apply for it, right? For the random chance to get it, because maybe you get in for free. I would probably wait to get it until, I don't know how much more they're going to change actually on fundamental class design. Like, they'll change tuning, but I don't know. Getting on the beta and figuring out how your class play could be nice. Could be nice. I kind of need to pee. I think I'm going to be right back really quick, and then we'll keep going here. I'll be right back. Be right back. I'll be right back. Get to the chopper. Oh my god, I think my foot is almost normal. You have no idea how sketchy my foot has been feeling since it was injured. Like, I step on it the wrong way and it's like a huge electric shock through my body and feels like I just like rolled the bone on it or something and it just everything broke. ChatGPT was correct. 7 to 10 days to recover from this type of injury. I think it'll be my 9th day tomorrow. I'll actually be able to go outside, hopefully. It's been 9 days since I've gone outside. I want you to know that. I've only showered once. Ooh. Oh. They never get old. I mean, I'm going to keep making them as long as people keep watching them. There's no reason not to. I always find it funny when game devs say they hate tier lists. And it's like, bro, tier lists are literally giving you a speed run in terms of helping balance your game. Because you don't think the player base is going to talk. The player base is eventually going to tell each other what they think is the best, regardless of if streamers making a tier list. The tier list is just giving you a fast forward button on the most relevant data to help you balance the game. Tier lists are the most OP thing as a game developer to figure out what you need to balance. Because you don't just listen to one, you watch all of them or skip to the end and see like what are the consistencies. Like out of 10 tier lists, everybody says this spec is the best. Obviously we need to do something. I swear, like tier lists as a game dev, tier lists make your job so free and easy. Because it's just speed runs that information to you as far as like what needs to be tuned. But I don't think you should just listen blindly to one streamer because they might be biased, they might be wrong. Like, but if you take a group of tier lists and look at them and just cross-examine them, and if there's any similarities between them, it's giving you a huge advantage to balance your game. To know that information. I mean, that's hubris if you don't like the criticism, right? That's assuming that you think you did a perfect job with balancing and it couldn't be better, which is a very bad approach because it's never going to be perfect. Just lobby a bunch of streamers to put it on D tier. Well, I mean, ideally you would play the game too to balance it, but like, it's very important that, at least it's very important that no spec is just completely at the bottom. If it's completely at the bottom, then anyone that plays that spec just can't play the game because no one will invite them because they think their spec sucks and they don't want to hold their group back. Like, it's really important that there's no spec that left behind, like, and feels really bad. But yeah, a ton of people will be very biased towards their own class. That's why you have to do more than one person's tier list. And also sometimes people will be wrong. And there are also other times where the game hasn't been explored enough. There might be a talent combination or an itemization that suddenly puts a spec on the top, right? Sometimes the game does need time to breathe as well before making changes. I will say though that more modern, current players of the game, they seem less experimental. It's like as soon as someone tells them that this is the best, they refuse to try anything else, even if it is better. Max literally had to redo his hour-long expert tier list because the experts are putting their specs too far. Yeah, you have to be very careful. That's why I say consulting pro players is risky, because they have a bias to try to make their spec OP. But me, I'm a commentator. My bias is that the game is the best to play and observe, because that's how I get more viewership. And that's how I make more money. So like my bias is innately in making the game better. I don't gain anything by Boomkin being super OP over every other spec, because I know that that version of the game isn't going to be the most popular. You can apply to be on the beta. You can apply to be on the beta, but it's random draw. You're not guaranteed to get in. I don't know how they have bias. Well, because they still have an edge on some specs, right? Like, rationale feels great on the beta. You're liking it? And I'm not right on my tier list all the time. There's no way. There's no way. Because it's even for like, it's hard to have like that many games played on every spec and every circumstance and every talent combination. Like it's very hard to do that. I might get close, but it's easy for me to miss the mark. I'm glad you're liking it. I think healing feels better right now on midnight. Out of everything that I've played so far, healing feels better. I'm worried about mage. Fire and frost kind of just, I don't know. You nailed wrong. Well, sometimes usually if I'm wrong, it's because there's like a talent combination I didn't know about. Like, do you guys remember in Legion, everyone thought the meta was solved? And then, what was his name? He played Fury Warrior, Outlaw Rogue. And they were literally just like random ladder players coming together. And they beat Waz in the tournament as Outlaw Fury Warrior. Like those two specs together. And they literally like redefined the entire game. And nobody was thinking that was a good comp. Nobody was thinking that was a good comp. They didn't buff those classes, nothing. That just got discovered. I feel like the WoW player base doesn't experiment anymore. As soon as they think that something is the best, that's just all they'll play. They don't invest any time to try and see if something's better or not. I don't remember if it was a counter comp necessarily or not, but it literally changed the entire game because then they had to come up with something to beat it, and then someone else could come up with something to beat that. Like, it completely changed the game. I think like Colo, for example, was a good player in that camp. He would try things and experiment with weird shit. And make some of the weird shit was kind of toxic, like double demon hunter or tank compositions, but it was better like having some teams that were open to experimenting. But most modern players, they don't want to spend any time experimenting. It's just, oh, that's the best. Okay, I'll get the best at that. Yeah, Trill. Trill does. Trill is another player that will experiment. Trill will do that. You had a game go to 100% dampening? I mean, maybe that's why healing feels good. It's because Giga OP. You don't lose until it's reduced by 100%. Someone figures not always. Nobody copied, like, I mean, I guess Trill didn't technically win, but like Trill had a unique hunter build, I think, and a unique demon hunter build. Nobody else is playing his talents. But he also didn't win. So does MMR reset? It will, yeah. MMR does reset. I think Rogue Mage will be good, yeah. I think it's impossible for Rogue Mage to die. It'll just always be a thing. The only way that they can make Rogue Mage die is if they like give Enhance and Hunter like some actual synergy together. Whenever Beast Cleave is good, that's usually what keeps like RMP in line, but or maybe people are just way better at the game now. And maybe Beast Cleave never actually should have beat mages even back in Wrath, and people just sucked. I mean, playing it in Kata would not have worked. That absolutely would not have worked for Beast Cleave. Is it Tuesday or Monday? Oh my god, it's Monday. What did Big Mix play? They played Survival Demon Hunter, Survival Elemental Shaman, and they played like a little jungle, I think. A little jungle. A little bit of jungle in your life. Oh, people are starting to climb the Boomy ladder, dude. We're gonna have to queue. They're starting to climb. There's a new rank 1 Boomy, and I got knocked down 2 spots. The only way they would die is if Poly and Stun shared a DR. I mean, that would kill it completely, but I think that would kill a lot of things. That would kill jungle, like anything, Stun Incap. That would kill Windwalkers, I think, or Monks. That would kill every spec that has Incap DR. Because Stun is more valuable than Poly. So any class that has a Poly DR would just suck if you did that. RMP is definitely not easy, or else people would re-roll to it and win. Like, there's been lots of times where a comp is like clearly the best. Everyone tries to re-roll to it, but it's still usually the best team wins, even regardless of it being like any comp. I'm trying to think of the last time like the meta was a really OP comp and it was some random trash team that was terrible at the game and only won because their specs are OP. I don't think that's ever happened. I mean, RMP didn't win every tournament in the War Within. Destro, Demon Hunter won Season 2. What won Season 1? Also, RMP didn't win in both regions. Technically, RMP was lost as RMP. And then Calvish's team won as it, but I think they could have lost as it. Turbo Cleave and Wad, yeah. But Turbo Cleave was literally just double healer. Double healer can beat RMP because you can't CC both healers. So, you can beat RMP. I really want to see Waz RMP against like Calvish or something at LAN, or Welcome to the Zhang at like full power, like their whole roster. I just don't know if that's even going to happen. How depressing would that be, bro? Prev's team qualifies and Zhang Guohai can't go. Like he couldn't go to Gamescom, so I don't know if he'd be able to go to BlizzCon. We're literally never going to get to see that matchup. Full power, Welcome to the Zhang at LAN versus Echo. I swear we're never going to get to see it. Mez and Sea-Doo. Was it Boomkin something in season 1? I think it was DK Rogue. Wasn't it DK Rogue? They won as DK Rogue. I'm pretty sure. Sea-Doo and Mez's team. I mean, my favorite meta is like Jungle RMP. I think that's the most fun to watch in tournament format. My least favorite is casters, like multiple wizards. I hate that. That's my bias. You know, it's like probably like in StarCraft, right? Like watching Protoss versus Protoss or something is probably more boring than watching like Terran versus Zerg. Certain matchups are just faster or have more interesting interactions early game or throughout. How did I bash his lasso like that? Ooh, nice. There have definitely been some tournaments where RMP wasn't like the comp to be, I swear. There were tournaments where like Boomy was better, but it was Rogue or Feral as a spec have definitely been in like the most amount of finals in the last couple of expansions. So it's some type of Rogue caster or Feral caster that has been like the most dominant in the last like maybe two expansions. If it's not Rogue Mage, it's Feral Mage. If it's not Feral Mage, then it's Feral Hunter. And if it's not Feral Hunter, then it's Rogue Mage. If it's not Rogue Mage, then it's Rogue Lock. Rogue and Feral have been like the most present like end game tournament specs last two expansions. Well, he's fast at stunning. No way that lands, dude. Oh, he'd be Sharaft. Oh no, I got stunned in my trank. We're toast. Toast. I mean, I think Shadow Priest Warlock can be fun depending what it's playing against. Like, I said wizard mirrors, you know what I mean? Like, Shadow Priest Warlock against Shadow Priest Warlock is pretty boring, but Shadow Priest Warlock against like a cleave and how they disarm their pressure can be interesting. But usually like Ellie Lock against Ellie Lock is not really intricate. It's just sitting at the pillar doing damage. Oh my god, where is my guy? Oh. Well, to me, like if you were to make like a chart, right? Like crowd control, damage, defense, mobility, right? A class can't be maxed out on all of these. Otherwise, it's just OP. It can be maxed on damage and CC, but needs to be weak on mobility and durability. Or if it's high on durability and mobility, then it can't do a lot of damage and it can't have a lot of control. When a class has high damage, high control, high survivability, high mobility, it's just fucking broken. That's poor balancing. That doesn't create an identity. But yeah, Warrior doesn't have durability right now. If I were to list Warrior, Warrior is kind of like, it's okay in damage. It's not even the highest in damage. CC is like moderate. It has a moderate amount of CC. Defense is very low. It's the lowest of anything in the game. So it's like, why is Warrior bad? Because its damage output is the same as the best specs, while having less mobility, less survivability, and less CC in a lot of cases, right? Than a rogue. To me, rogue and feral weakness should be durability. Like, you have stuns, roots, blinds, disorients, you have really high damage. Durability should be your weakness. Like, if I were to design them, I would design their weakness to be durability. Dude. Nice. But I feel like the reason survivability on those specs is high is because they're hard specs to play. So like as a new player, you'll die on a feral or a rogue. But if you're a good player, you won't die on a feral or a rogue. And so if you're balancing the game around the bottom 90%, you have to have their survivability be high because the bad players die anyways. But at a tournament level, they're just OP because in the best players they can't die and they have highest damage, highest potential. So what you could do is make their survivability more passive, so that way like a bad player will be able to live on a rogue. You could do that. To me, that's a better way of balancing them for low-rated players. Is you just make their survivability more passive, right? Like why is rogue survivability good? Because feint. But to use feint effectively, you have to know when you're going to get hit hard. As a new player, you have no idea when you're going to get hit hard. My God, dude. Help, guys, please. No way. I shadow melted his first stun, but he gets it twice now. So he gets it on me. If you're struggling on Boomy, I suggest you watch some of my Boomy guides on YouTube for survivability. I don't think there's yo-yoing. It's definitely, it's nowhere near as stressful as the War Within to heal this. And BM Hunter is like the most OP spec. Like this spec does the highest DPS in the game. Like I won't be surprised if he wins every round. Or close to every round. My God, dude. Buff filtering? Yeah. The raid frames are definitely, I think that's a criticism from PvEers too. Like the ally raid frames, just like there's this, as a druid especially, like there's too much useless buffs and not enough good buffs. Hey, you have less hots. They reduce the number of hots you have. They made the game simpler, bro. I don't understand how to play arena. I just lose. Have you tried, like, the best way to get into PvP is not doing solo shuffle right away. It's better to do 2v2 or battlegrounds. Figure out how to do max damage, see how your class interacts with other classes for a bit, where it's like more chill, right? Like arena, you might just get overwhelmed and then you're dead. But at least in like a BG, you res, you can try again. 2v2, you get more time because it's slower because there's only 2 people. This is my opinion, at least. Can't figure out what to attack. I feel like it's a hard lobby for you because chasing a hunter and chasing an evoker. Dueling can be good too, yeah. But I really don't think you're not supposed to just immediately do solo shuffle as a PvP player. You're supposed to duel 2v2 in battlegrounds. Until you feel really comfortable in those. Like you're topping the damage meter every time, you're kind of getting bored. Then that's when you try 3v3 and solo shuffle. But that's my recommendation. If you feel overwhelmed, you're just going in solo shuffle or 3s and you're just getting run down, you don't know what's going on, and you're just losing, you need to just do 2v2 instead. And battlegrounds. And just ease your way into it. You'll be a lot better off that way. What does PvP revamp mean? What does that mean? What's up, Zeter? You're just pushing buttons? That's totally normal. That's how it should be, man. That's how it is. You get in there, you press buttons randomly, you don't really know what's going on, and then you get her done. Get her done. Just don't give up. Just keep playing, bro. Don't get discouraged when you lose or it feels like you don't know what's going on. Can you give me an example of like what you like the most important thing if you could change? What that would be? Nobody wants to do 5 gifted subs to request a different spec. Oh wait, I forgot I hid that. Oh my god, that wasn't on the screen. That's no wonder you guys aren't doing it. 5 gifted subs and you can pick any spec. I've played every spec in this game to 2400 rating or higher. So if you want like a thorough testing experience, first-hand experience to see how your spec is doing or a spec you might be interested in playing is doing, 5 gifted subs is the best way to do it. And you helped me survive January because Twitch ad revenue is 0, bro. The ad revenue is 0. The only money I'm making this month is from you guys directly, so I will do my best to give you as much value as I can for that. Alright. Dude, no one's typing anything. Is my chat dead? Are you guys bots? Is that why I'm not getting ad revenue? Because all my viewers are bots or something? Is that what's happening? How dare you call me a bot? What's that, Walking Dead? Ruins of Lordaeron. It would be a fitting final resting place, as it is a cemetery. Beep boop, beepity boop boop boop. I'm creating my own genre of music on my saxophone channel. Creating echo sax, my new genre, where I just crank a shit ton of delay and reverb and play something that sounds as epic as possible. Mic? What mic do I have? I don't even know. Wexo got this for me for like years ago. I actually don't even know what mic this is anymore. Sheikh Mustafa. Thank you for the 5 get the subs. What spec are you trying to get tested out, my guy? Bear Druid? You want me to play Bear Druid? I mean, I have to, but... Are you sure? Did you type that in incorrectly? Did you mean to type something else? Oh crap. Oh, we got him, baby! The clone. The heart of the wildcat form. The ferocious bite. I was considering seeing if a bunch of people with beta want to copy their current tunes over and level up. Then zone into Tolbarad. What? You wanna what? You wanna level your characters. You turn chat off? Yeah, you can. You just literally just have to search for chat and then disable it somewhere. My god, dude. This consecration crap. I think it'll be good with second wind. My guys, I need some help. My god, why do you use your precog? How does he have counter spell for me? Oh, he might be dead. Maybe not. Community is too toxic. I remember the Sod Ashenvale war. What was going on in Ashenvale? I'm not gonna lie, I feel like Sod did the best like world PvP experimentation. I wish retail actually did stuff like that. Just take an old zone and then give the Horde and Alliance a reason to just fight in it. I really wish they do that. I swear like the Stranglethorn Veil one was so good. If they could just implant that into retail, it'd be so cool. I really like the new Heart of the Wild. This like 2-minute one. It feels cool when you go in. You get to go in and do like a big moment. Wait, he gifted 5 subs for Boomy. Wait, he said Guardian Druid. Didn't he? Didn't Mustafa gift 5 and say Guardian Druid? I can't swap in the middle of the game. He changed his mind? Wait, I missed the message. Did you? Are you still here, Mustafa? I can't swap because I'm in a game. With the wait. Canadian. How's that in line, dude? My god, I'm just in the corner, dude. It's timeout for me, I guess. Oh crap, that's full. Oh. Maybe I should play in cap. This guy's kind of selling me on in cap. Oh, we're already off Colombia. Wait, is it a beta update? No way, bro. It's a Monday. Oh, please. Oh, the 14th. Is Rogue harder than Mage? Probably on, depending on context, but I would say in general, yeah. A dev in the add-on Discord. Oh. Well, then does that mean it's only add-on changes? Oh my god, my back. I need to sit up straight, dude. Sit up straight. If yours lasts a long time, is there a talent to make that last longer? I don't know what I'm doing right now. I was trying to do something, but I don't know what it was.
Too far away.
Convoke. Oof, okay. It comes down to this. The final round. For the Guardian? Well, no, now he said we could go Boomkin. What do you mean? He said we could go Boomkin. If it was 2 troll, oh, I have to go Guardian. How was the pacing in the beta? I mean, I don't mind it because of just how fast the War Within has been, to be Tibetch. I should jump my knock, bro. What? Belogalong is going. Okay, 1 second. I'll go Guardian here. And we will give it a go. I just need to get my chicken out of the air fryer. Una momento. What the hell? I come back and a VV comes in with a ton of gifted subs.
Here comes the party
And he starts a hype train.
mode has been unlocked.
Sinjay gets a sub. You guys are supporting. You guys are supporting this degeneracy, bro. Specking Guardian. Going Bear. I gotta look at the talent tree, dude. I have no idea what to look at. We have to Theorycraft the best bear build. What if we focus around Maul? Is there still a Maul talent, actually? I don't think there is. Oh, we got the Maul. We got a shield wall. We got a snare. 5% movement speed. Do they still have that talent where Barkskin does damage?
Avavivi is the
Avavivi.
Train King.
Oh. What are all these healing talents? Oh, Brambles is over there.
Avivavi is leading this hype train.
What in the sifty hype train is going on here? You don't want to know, bro. Just vibe. Just go along with it. Don't question it.
Time remaining.
Most scary burst.
2 minutes.
I thought I should probably devour Demon Hunter.
Bits drop, subs pop, train won't ever stop.
This is nice. Good damage on that.
One more push. Send every friend. Do 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 do.
Time remaining. 1 minute.
4.
Avivi is the hype train king.
Red Moon. Wait, why does Bear get all these new spells? What is that?
Uncle Dovid subscribed.
Uncle Dovid! Maybe the 1 year
30
anniversary.
seconds. Time is running out.
Okay, what I think I should play something that focuses around Maul.
Dovid subscribed. There is only 12 seconds left. successfully reached its destination.
Okay. Okay. I'm locked in, bro. We gotta make sure we're playing as OP as possible. Oakley dokley. It's time to party like it's 1999. You guys ready to party like it's 1999? Is that all my buttons, dude? Okay, let's get my stick on. Let's try and attack some training dummies here for a second, see what it can do. Also, my gear is breaking. Where's my action bar? Why does it disappear? Oh, yeah.
Hey there. For the Alliance.
I feel like I'm actually doing good DPS. Content alert. I swear 3 million DPS is pretty good. I'm just making that up. Let's see. Because a Ravage and Raise do the most damage. And Mangle. I think they're good, yeah. We'll have to see what happens when we get in there, but I think they're good. I think they're pretty good. Okay. You didn't expect the Guardian Druid beta stream? On my stream, you didn't expect a Guardian Druid? Oh my god, bro. I really hope I can go to the gym tomorrow. I'm not gonna lie. My muscles are just dissolving off my body right now. I can feel them dissolving, dude. Are you hype? How hype are we right now? 1 to 10 on the hype. $12? 12 on the hyper scale. Should we watch that video again? Oh no, it reset my progress on it. What the hell, dude?
I was an oceanographer of all things. I was a scientist. I studied crustaceans, which is invest in upgrading my unit so I have the best on the
to be able to kind of deliver a great experience for that audience.
Yeah, one of the things that Ensemble hit on, which was just very fortuitous, was the value of playtesting. Like, they playtested their game every day. It's usually 4 o'clock. The whole studio would stop what they were doing and play the game.
That's
with
so
the idea
good.
that,
That's
hey,
so
we're
good.
gamers. If we're not
That's
having
so
fun,
good.
you know, no one's going to buy this
That's
thing. They're
so
not gonna
good.
have fun either. And so
every company needs to do that, bro. If they're not giving playtesting time, come the hell on, bro.
we were the test audience early on, and people would talk about whether it was game balance of like, oh, the cavalry archers are too strong, or one of the maps I made of like, well, you know, it was a slog at the end. I just wanted the enemy to surrender. You know, we would take that feedback and iterate on it. And then I kind of took that to the next level.
No wonder Age of Empires is so good, bro.
It had been so recently that I had been a player on the outside looking in and kind of not understanding the design intent, that I said, let's just talk to players. Let's ask them. There was a civilization at the time. I think it was the Shang, which is like a proto-Chinese civilization that was deemed very powerful, and we were trying to figure out a way to fix it. And I'm like, let's just ask the players. Let's go out on the forums and be like, what do you guys think? And that was really heretical at the time. Like, my colleagues were either afraid that players would realize we actually don't have all the answers, and maybe they would see behind the curtain, or that it would, somehow we were giving up our jobs to like crowdsourcing the game, or maybe it'd become a distraction. It was a tough conversation to kind of convince them that was okay. And then you see that later on at Blizzard, where Blizzard at the time had this blue wall where if you wanted to know what the developers thought, you wait for the patch notes. And that was the only way to kind of discern if they thought something was functioning correctly or not. And I'm like, why don't we just tell them, go out there and say like, hey, we think paladins are a little too strong here. We're looking to fix it. So then when they saw the patch notes, they'd be like, oh yeah, this makes sense. They said that this was something they were looking at.
Is it a form of hubris that people don't want to ask players? I mean, you said that some people felt that by asking players, it felt like it was diminishing maybe their roles as kind of the designers or kind of the de facto creators of these experiences. But
there's definitely
for me,
some
as
ego
someone
involved.
who also works in the industry, and I'm also very player-centric, it just seems to make so much sense to ask the very people you're creating the game for what their thoughts are. Do you have any other kind of reasoning for why that is just a phenomenon in the industry that people don't want to ask necessarily players?
Why is he like wrinkling his nose there?
Right?
What is that?
If you just say, hey, I'm going to make a movie, like I'm James Cameron, I'm going to make Avatar.
What kind of poker
I have no
tell
idea
is
what
that
I
of
want
his
to make.
face?
What do you guys think I should make? Hey, audience, tell me. Like, number one, they're probably not going to come up with anything great. And then like two, there's no vision behind it. There's no kind of unifying theme there. See, it takes both sides. As a game designer, as a game developer, you have to have the vision for what it is you're trying to make.
Some are going to be good.
And
I think it'll be
then
okay.
you also have to run it by the audience. And
What
I
is
think
this video?
It's
an
both of those
interview
parts.
between
And
Ghostcrawler, who worked on.
when
He's the
people
lead
who
of
are
World
not
of
comfortable
Warcraft
with
during
the
Wrath
idea
of Lich
assume
King.
that all you're doing is crowdsourcing the whole thing. Of like, hey guys, we're making an MMO. What should it be? A fantasy? Should it be sci-fi? We don't know. And they're scared that it will create a weak.
See, that's where I don't think you should be like. As far as theme and storytelling, I don't know if you should outsource that to the community. But when it comes to game balance and it comes to quality of life, 100% ask your community what they think. Because if there's something that's irritating for the quality of life, like, oh, this is too slow to buy these items or whatever, like, or the currency isn't fast enough or whatever. We've seen that issue with retail, right? A patch comes out, like the anniversary event, and the currency is way too slow. You don't get it fast enough. So, like, if you had asked them ahead of time, then it wouldn't have came out like that, I feel like quality of life and balance, you want to have a dialogue with the community. But when it's vision of the game, the storytelling of the game, the theme of the game, I mean, I feel like that's a personal design decision, right? Like,
product, which it probably would. And then they also do, I mean, the internet's a scary place, and I think they view it as a distraction because it's so easy to fall into traps like players are mad at you because you didn't use their idea, or players claimed you used their idea and now they want to sue you, or they want a piece of the revenue, or you see this phenomenon where some developers kind of let it go to their head and they almost become rock stars, where they're like, I'm going to spend all my time with my adoring fans, and they're just kind of feeding on the fact that players are hungry for information. And you see it, I won't name names, you see it sometimes happen where like the developer almost becomes the professional spokesperson and they're not even really working on the game anymore, and they're even a little out of touch. So I think those are
I've seen that. I wonder which one he's talking about. I've seen that happen to a lot of devs. I actually wonder if he's talking about anyone in particular. Push for Plunderstorm to come back. What is a permanent mode? It could only come back if they added seasonal leaderboards. If it came back as a casual standalone with no ladder, that game would die so fast. I don't think it can stand like Fortnite. I just don't. I think if it's permanent, I think one of the reasons you want it to come back is because it's not permanent.
All legit fears, but I don't think it's enough to say, therefore, let's stop talking to players.
Yeah, I feel like there's a duality to it. On one hand, you have the Steve Jobs that say, people don't know what they want, they'll know when I show them. And then the other end, which is we should be talking to customers, we are not the players, we are not the users,
Well,
kind of the product mantra of...
I mean, that's the big problem. You're not the player. Fundamentally, that's the problem. If you're working in game design, at least get like the design element. If you're an engineer or whatever, maybe you don't have to play the game. But if it's a design element, I swear you have to play the game. Do you have to be good at it? No. But like if you're designing like dungeons, you should play dungeons. If you're designing PP, you should play PP. If you're like, you should play it. I'm not saying you need to be the best player at it, but you should play it. Like, I don't think you'll make as good of a product if you don't play it.
Of development. And like you say, I do think the answer is somewhere in the gray zone in the middle.
Definitely, I agree with that too.
Walk me through.
I definitely agree. I don't think you can completely crowdsource the community to design every element of the game, but there are certain aspects of game design I think that are great to get feedback on. Quality of life and balance are like the two that stand out to me. Maybe it even is storytelling, but it's like if your story is that bad, you just have a bad story writer, you need to get a new one, right? Like if the community has to write the story for you because it's so bad, then you need a better story writer. It's just, there's no way around that.
Kind of your journey then from Ensemble to kind of MMO leadership, getting into Blizzard. What was that like, that shift, and how did that happen?
So I loved Ensemble. I stayed there for like 9 years and worked on every Age of Empires product that they made. I got up to the level of where I was on the management team, which is kind of the executive team for the company. And people had been working on this franchise for so long that they wanted something fresh. And so Ensemble was exploring RPGs and other where can we take this that's not just Age of Empires over and over again. And it became clear to me right away that Microsoft, who is our parent company,
oh, we got a game. All right, my first bear game, dude. I don't even know what to expect, so bear with me. That log is mad. It's a blood DK. There's no way my first game of bear is against a blood DK. There's no way. There's no way the first game I queue is versus a blood DK. What? Hello? Good evening, Donovan. I have no idea if I'm going to be OP or not. Good evening, Rinley. Good evening. I need to dash on a different button. Let the tanks battle it out. Yes, hit me. I'm the tank. Yes, hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Attack me, warrior. Attack me, not my warlock. I'm taunting you. I have aggro on the warrior. Attack me, warrior. You fool. You're going to perish now. Maul. Right. Oh, he's trying to make a move. Vortex. You can port, my guy. I'm mauling him, dude. I'm mauling him. I'm mauling his butt cheeks. Oh, I'm mauling. Oh! Incarn. He died before I could even use cooldowns, dude. He just fell over before I could even use cooldowns, bro. What's that? Ooh. Oh, that animation looks dope on that ability. What even is that? Wah! The bears are back in town, bro. The bears are back in town. Tank meta and Lee mix. Da, da. Bear hits. It's the bare necessity.
They were not interested in this direction. They said, well, why can't you just keep making Age of Empires over and over again? So I started to worry about that. And then along with that, Microsoft was also kind of making rumblings about, gosh, you guys are really expensive. Like, you've had developers who've been here for 20 years that, that salary kind of gets up there.
Holy shit, that is such a stupid approach to have for a designer in a creative field. Like, imagine going to like Michael Jackson and being like, you've been writing music a while, you're kind of overpaid, we're gonna pay you less, and then expecting to hire some random person and they produce the same quality of music as Michael Jackson. Like, fuck off, bro. That oh my god, if that's what's going on in these AAA game companies, is that they're like, oh, this guy's been here for too long, we're paying him too much. That is why your games suck. That is why, if that is what they're doing, if any of these companies are doing that, that is why your games suck. You are literally firing the Michael Jackson of your company because you think he's overpaid. It's so stupid.
And it felt to me like they were going to, just basically try to reclaim the IP and say, hey, we can hand it to someone else, get the same result at a far lower cost. And that is exactly what happened. I felt like I saw it coming enough to get out. And at the same time, World of Warcraft hit. Like, I had played MMOs before, mostly, little UO and EverQuest, but when WoW launched...
They moved Age of Empires away from his team, and every Age of Empires since then sucked. Who would have thought? I don't remember any of those Age of Empires, but I remember the OG ones.
It was such a phenomenon that my coworkers at Ensemble would, like, not stop talking about it, to the point where, like, I would sit down for lunch, and I'm like, if you guys are going to talk about this game, I'm just going to go sit somewhere else, because I'm sick of hearing about it. And they just said, just try it, you'll get it. And so almost to shut them up, I rolled up I think it was a Troll Hunter, and I'm like, oh man, I get it. They were right, I was wrong. And I fell so hard
it's
into
Ghost
that
Crawler,
rabbit hole that before I knew it, like, I was main tanking for our studio guild and like sending out updates every night of like how many more bosses we'd gotten to in Molten Core. And so it was natural for me when I started to worry about the future of Ensemble, like Blizzard.
I don't know if they will. I mean, why did he leave in the first place? He was probably bored of it.
Emailed Rob Pardo, who I'd met a couple times at GDC or whatever. And it just worked out. My timing was really good.
I don't know where he is. Like,
WoW at the time was led.
It looks like he's in a glass booth. Maybe this is like a basement studio suite he made for himself or something. He just got like a new house because he's got like a helmet here. Some stuff. He just hasn't decorated it yet.
By Jeff Kaplan and Tom Chilton.
He got a lot of hate,
yeah. At the same
well,
time, they were
that's kind of the thing when you put yourself out as the spokesperson. It's not going to all be positivity, right? Like, not everyone's going to agree with you. And if they disagree with you, they're going to hate you. And they could hate you for any minor detail. A class tweak now the class doesn't feel the way that they want it to, or a piece of content fell flat. And like you kind of like when you become that spokesperson, you're going to get hate. I don't think you deserve to, but in any position or role, that's just going to happen. I think it's one of the reasons we don't have like a public-facing PvP person anymore. Mind you, I'll be fair, like Halinka was treated terribly by segments of the community as a PvP guy, but I also think he liked like all the social media attention. You know, I'm sure he didn't like the hate and like the death threats and stuff like that, but I think he did like, you know, like, oh my god, I got a bunch of followers on Twitter, I feel really important. You know what I mean? There was probably a trade-off there, at least somewhat, of doing that psychologically. Can win people over? Yeah, I mean, maybe.
A new MMO set in the modern time, which through, you know, multiple evolutions eventually became Overwatch. But at the time, they were kind of trying to pull some of the leaders off of WoW and stick them on the new MMO, which left a leadership vacuum. So as Tom Chilton kind of became the new game director for WoW, there was no one left to kind of do the classes and PvP and balance stuff that Tom had done. And so I showed up like just at the right time. You know, they interviewed me, they flew me out to Irvine. We just really hit it off, and before I know it, they'd made me an offer.
Mentioned PvP.
Told Ensemble, and like,
well, yeah,
nobody was.
I mean, I think Tom Chilton liked PvP. Like, I can remember at the BlizzCon finals, like Tom Chilton would give the award out to people. I think Tom Chilton, Venruki told me he invited him and a bunch of players to his house for a party. Like, he liked PvP back then. I don't know if Ian Hazakostas would do that. But yeah, Tom Chilton liked it.
surprised. They're like, yeah, of course you're going to Blizzard. Like, it just makes sense. You love that game so much.
What was it about World of Warcraft when you first played it that really struck you? Like, if I can share my kind of 2 cents, when I first played WoW, I just felt immersed in this 3D world. I could move the camera. I could see everything around me. I felt like a small cog in this massive world, which I had no idea where to go. And I remember just dying and as a ghost form, trying to go to the wetlands to go meet kind of my friends at school who were playing, not understanding that that's not exactly how you're supposed to do it. But what was it for you that really made WoW resonate?
It was 2 things. One, like you said, it was the polish. It was the sense of immersion. I had played EQ, but it always felt to me like a little bit of kind of a generic fantasy game. And I played UO, but it didn't feel like Ultima to me. I'd played all the Ultima games, and UO had some similarities in naming and stuff like that, but it just didn't feel like the same world. But Warcraft, like, clearly this was orcs versus humans. Like, they were very loyal to the units, the art style, everything. So it did feel like you were in that world. And it was the first game where the other players really started to matter. Like, you would see them in the other games, but it was something about Warcraft where I was doing it was the Alliance side, so I was probably in Westfall doing a quest, and another player ran up and just started helping me. Like, we didn't group up, we didn't.
You know what's funny is I think that's what like battle royales are kind of fundamentally an MMORPG in a vacuum, right? Like, you zone in. You're level 1, you're finding some guns, you interact with some players, and you level up and you get stronger guns, and last one standing wins. It's like that. To me, Battle Royale is an evolution of the MMORPG genre as a whole. It incorporates other aspects, right? Like shooter aspects of those games, but I think that's why Arc Raiders is doing so well. Because Arc Raiders isn't just a PvP game, it's a PvE game. So like this experience he's describing right here can happen in Arc Raiders. You're having a tough time with some monster or whatever. I don't play it, so I don't know what it looks like. But you have some altercation and someone comes and helps you. But the other thing is they can betray you. And it's like that social dynamic in Arc Raiders is what used to be in WoW. And I think that's what's making Arc Raiders, higher up. Well, Plunderstorm, they can't help you. Plunderstorm, you're on a team. You're by yourself or on a team. Like, you don't like help each other the same way as Arc Raiders. To me, the future is fusing PvP and PvE, like Arc Raiders is doing. I don't think you should be separating them. You should be fusing them. I think that's the future. And I think what's really cool about it is that their matchmaking system is determined by how you play. So if you try to kill other players a lot, it matches you against the players that do that. Whereas if you try and avoid players, it'll match you with players who do that. So it creates like lobbies for your play style, which I think is really cool.
Talk, it was like they were on the same quest as me, and so we were helping each other out. And just the thought that, like, yeah, that's a human, that's not an NPC, like that's just another player. It's hard to almost describe now because we're so used to it in every game, but it was so novel at the time of like, that's a real person, and maybe I'll see them again, maybe we'll be friends. I eventually joined a guild of just randos I met online. Like it was crazy to meet people through the game.
Yeah, there's an incredible feeling to that. I have a very similar story. When I first started playing, I was absolute noob. I never played MMOs before World of Warcraft back in 2007-8. So for me, it was completely new. I tried some free to play stuff, but nothing notable. And there was this gnome mage called Merlin that kind of met me in front of Ironforge, and I had no idea where to go, what to do. And she was like, "Hey, come with me. I'll take you on the Deep Run tram. I'll bring you to Stormwind. I'll show you where the next quests are." She bought me a robe, and I just remember what you're describing, like just a random real player, a real person helping me. Didn't know who I was. There
was almost nothing in it for them.
I'm not gonna lie. I've heard 2 types of stories coming from World of Warcraft. It's either you got married happily ever after, or you got groomed, and it was kind of sketchy. I've heard people's stories where it's like it's like that. It's like Roblox.
Kind of doing it to be cool. Yeah,
exactly. They were kind of doing it because there's this. I think there's this human urge to, I don't know, just help people and role play a member of an active society. Like but it was such a crazy thing to me. So MMOs for me have a special place because it brings out a lot of interactions that you wouldn't necessarily get maybe in real life.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, one of the most profound memories I had from those early days in WoW was the guild I had ended up joining was Horde, and this was right around the time people may remember the opening of Encourage and the gates that you would have to open as a community. Like the entire WoW community had to band together to gain all of these supplies, like millions of bandages and stuff like that you would have to kind of collectively work on. And
I actually thought those
some
were
players
cool.
on the server had figured.
I don't know if you guys remember that, but it was in Firelands too. Like in Firelands, and it was in the Sunwell. It was in Quell de Nos as well, where you were like constructing things. I think those were cool. Community-oriented construction stuff. I actually thought that stuff was cool. I'm trying to remember why they moved away from it. There was a reason they moved away from it, but I don't remember what it was. There's no way I just queued against Blood DK, and now second game I'm gonna queue against Avenge's Demon Hunter. There's no way. Can you only queue into tanks and skirmish if you're a tank? There's no way. There's no way. A very scary WoW. I don't know what happened to that. Maybe they thought it sucked and they're not going to do it. I don't know. Because the guy who worked on Plunderstorm left the company, so I don't know if he was working on that or what, but I feel like they probably don't want to put resources in anything that isn't giving them the most bang for their buck, which I don't think that would. Not to be a hater. Oh, I got some big mauls, dude. Oh, I don't have trinket on my bar. It would be a good thing to have on my bar. Oh, my warrior missed his pummel. Yikes. Oh, God. I can't help him. I'm getting CC'd. Get it on my thing, dude. Where's my bash? Come on. Come on. Come on. Nice. We can see Fiery Brand on our frame. Why? It's his debuff. Why can't I see that? Oh, there's no way this is happening right now. We're not doing this right now, are we? Are we really doing this right now? Are we really doing this? Do you think our partners are going to stay in the game and watch this? Yeah, they have to stay and watch this, dude. Watch me press one button. I'm 100% staying. Is it a tank fight, dude? Which tank is superior, dude? Predictions, guys. Predictions. You know, you're about to throw me off the side, bro. Oh my God! Wait, he's winning. I swear. We were just stand in one spot and do your rotation, dude. Just smile and wave. Just smile and wave. What the hell, bro? Get down here. Think you can just knock me around, dude? Oh, get vortexed. Wait, that fly from above ability is probably OP. You're probably gonna win because of that, I think. Dude, I can't even hurt him. Why is my HP going down and yours isn't? Okay, I have a choice here. I can use cooldowns, or I can wait until higher dampening and then use cooldowns. I think I wait until after his meta at least. Oh, he's in meta again or something? I don't know what's going on. Okay, whatever, we're going for it. Oh, dude, I can't even hurt him. What is going on? Why are you so tanky? I know you're a tank, but like, why are you so tanky? This isn't fair, bro. You're cheating. I just can't prove it. I can't make his HP go down. What is it? What is this? Oh my god, I'm dying. I think I'm just dead. My class doesn't heal. Yours is just passively full HP, bro. What is this? There's no way. You just hit me through a wall. They just decided to keep Arena, the only horror scary mode. Yeah, I guess. Vengeance is more OP. Confirmed. Officially.
Figured out that I don't know if this was right or wrong, but they concluded that the best way to do it was to go into the
How many
raid
subs to stop?
beneath.
I think it's
just
15 at the
beneath
moment is
Overmark.
put on Guardian.
So
you have to gift
alliance
more than
players, They
15.
were going to run into this dungeon, grab the linen, and run
Literally,
out again,
2
and they
people
kind of had an
teamed up to
agreement
get
with the Horde,
Guardian,
like,
dude.
Yeah, don't kill us because we're doing this for the good of the server. And my guild wanted none of that. They're like, oh no, we're Horde, you're allies, you can't come into our city. So we would sit at the entrance of the dungeon, and as they came out, we'd kill them. And that was like
He's
the first
talking
time I
about
really
classic WoW.
experienced like the designers didn't necessarily set this up. Like they created systems to allow this to happen. But I felt like in a, you're playing a single player game like The Witcher or something, it would really only happen if the designer had said like, hey, your job is to defend your city as these bad guys come out of the dungeon. But it just happened. It was emergent.
There's
right?
no
And it
way
just
Ridley
happened because the
gifted
community
16
got
subs. There's
into
no
it,
way.
And all of the kind of
Wait,
drama
did
around,
he
no,
really?
you shouldn't kill them. You should let them come out for the good of the server.
Wait,
We're like,
what?
nah, we're not going to do that. Like that all just happened because the rules were in place.
Yeah, for the Horde, right? Like,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
the idea that you don't do you create systems, but then you don't kind of
My
necessarily
sub
tell
notifier's
players to do it.
lagging.
They just kind of find a playground and then they choose to kind of play the way they want to.
Wait, 30 subs? Holy shit.
think
Wait,
you-
30?
You hit on that word.
What are we going
playground. I
on,
used that
Ridley? What
word
are we going
really,
on?
Intentionally.
You
a
guys
lot
just got
because
outbid on the bear.
When you talk about MMO design, the two extremes are like theme park versus sandbox, and I think
Just
more old
not
school
a
players
tank?
like, they like the sandbox.
Okay. 1 second. Let's, should we do some Boomkin? I haven't done Boomkin in a while. Alright, well, today is a Pogger stream, dude. My foot is healing slowly, and we're pogging. Ad revenue is down, but you guys are carrying. Okay. Leave queue, leave queue. I'm sorry, guys, you got outbid. The bear got outbid. How many subs for you to call my friend, and when he picks up, you just start rapping? How the hell am I gonna call your friend on the phone? On the phone, dude?
box aspect of it, and then newer players gravitate to the theme parks. It tells them exactly what to do. You get on the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. You don't have to think. It'll just take you to show you some cool stuff. But I think the playground is the sweet spot where there's structure, but it's not forcing you to follow the rules. Like, yeah, there's a slide. Instinctively, you climb up the ladder and you slide down the slide. But as a kid, you can also say, no, we're going to pretend it's a spaceship or a dinosaur, or we're going to climb up the part you're supposed to go down, and it gives you that kind of freedom. But it gives you a little bit of structure.
I don't know who the guy is interviewing
really
him.
open
I haven't seen him
sandbox
before.
Games sometimes that just say, go find the fun. There's probably something cool out there. Just go look for it. And I think you need a little bit of structure. You need a little bit of direction for players.
Yeah, WoW creates a really incredible linear journey in a way, because obviously you go into, let's say, Don Moreau, Coldridge Valley, and you just have all your quests, and you kind of understand, okay, I kill these mobs, I complete these quests, I get to enough levels, I complete all the quests, I go to the next zone. But then along the way, there are all these like a playground, all these different activities that you could maybe fall into.
Yeah.
Which it could just be exploring. It could
Is
be
it
going
Dippy?
To,
I mean, it
maybe you
kind of
just see
looks like him.
Gone because you're on the other side of Don Moreau and just see like this gnomish dungeon that no one has told you about. That's actually what I find so fascinating about the beginning of WoW is that people didn't know anything about the game. Like prior to Thoughtbot, the WoW heads and everything like that. That was where I truly fell in love with the game.
That is the most underrated part that no one considers, is that the element of discovery in WoW is dead because they don't hide anything anymore. Like, we already know what all the quests are. They are on the beta. You can literally watch YouTube videos on all the cinematics. The game's not even out. You already know how it ends. Like, there is no mystery. So because there's no mystery, it's all about min-max. People data mine, like, people leak it. Like, everything is solved by the time you log in the game. Whereas back then, nothing was solved. It was like a group puzzle. That's why I think the events, like the puzzle thing that they did, like where you got a brain mount and you had to find all these hidden clues, those types of events that they get to capture old elements of WoW that the game just can't, right? The game can't. So like, I feel like doing those types of things periodically is really good for the game. Something that gets the community, like, they don't know, they got to solve it.
And whenever I play new games I don't know anything about, that's the magic. Because nowadays, like, you look at kind of even retail, but classic, it's all solved. It's all there.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that idea of MMOs having a sense of mystery to them?
Oh, it is both essential and at the same time kind of impossible. The same thing really held true of like talent builds. Early on in WoW, there was no right or wrong answer, and players would spend a lot of time experimenting with their talent builds. Like, oh, I'm gonna put one more point here and get one more percentage of crit and see if that helps. And you know, sites like Jerks evolved, where it was just all about the theory crafting of like, let me do the math and do this, because there were no simulations, there were no combat logs, there were not even target dummies, so there really wasn't a way for the community to immediately solve, like, here is the right answer. If you're not using
people
this
will
build,
kick you if you have
just
the wrong talent put in.
being less efficient. And nowadays that desire to like know the right build is so strong that the second a new game comes out, whether it's single player or multiplayer, immediately fans go out and, you know, write up the guide, or even like, you know, paid sites, and then players immediately go look for it. You know, they don't start Expedition 33 and be like, I'm just going to mess around. They're going to go be like, oh, let me look up what the good weapon is for Luna. And that's just, I don't know how to break out of that. It's a trap, but it's also like human nature.
It is human nature.
Yeah,
that's what.
It's because you don't want your playthrough to feel bad, right? Like, I mean, imagine like you want to learn how to play piano. Now you could just sit in and randomly noodle on it yourself, or you could go watch, you know, guides on where you put your fingers and how you're supposed to move them and what are chords and how to read them. Like, it was just more efficient to get better at piano to look it up. But it could be more fun to just sit there and noodle on it, right? Because the first people who ever played a piano, that's what they did. They just hit the buttons. There wasn't any theory. There wasn't anything. I don't think you can put that back in the box.
When you're building games, you're contending with human nature. Because I can think back to when Classic WoW released.
Wait, if you can get hard stuck in a playthrough, it's on the devs, but a game like French game, you can swap weapons? I don't know what that means. Well, I mean, like, I remember playing Golden Sun, and there were these little creatures called Jinn that you had to like run around and collect that were hidden on the map. You had to solve puzzles, or they might be hidden. And if you've got all of them, your characters were really OP. But if you didn't get any of them, your characters sucked. So you could literally get hard locked in the game. And if you didn't like know where they were, you just get screwed. I remember getting stuck in Golden Sun because I couldn't get enough of them to be, and some of them were really random. And I didn't beat Golden Sun until someone made a guide on YouTube where I could look up where they were. And then I beat the whole game. I was like, wow, this is easy. Like, but I had to wait until there was a guide because I had no idea where they were because they were just hidden. It was like playing hide and seek. They just pick random stuff to put it. And I don't know if that was good or not. I think if they had like, you could get majority of them pretty straightforward, and then like a couple of them were really hard, then it would have worked better. You know, like But it was like so many of them were so hard, your characters weren't strong enough to actually be able to beat the game. Unless you got them. But Golden Sun was really good. I loved Golden Sun. That's one of my favorite games probably of all time. Yeah, the ones they give you for free are not enough. You won't be able to beat the game with just the free ones.
And everyone was min-maxing. I was min-maxing. I remember I was in the Yeti cave making my Dwarf Paladin, and I just started skinning because I knew I could sell the leather to make extra silver. And I just skinned all the way to 150, and I was having fun, but I wasn't... I think looking back, I wasn't playing the game maybe the way I maybe would have wanted to, or maybe how I would play it now, where I take my time. That's really where, at some point, I'd love to talk about hardcore, because I think hardcore forces the progression to really slow down, and you kind of have to enjoy the game as you go and take baby steps rather than just crushing quests and going through all the zones. But how did your understanding of talents, classes, items, professions,
that
all these
ruined the
systems
experience
that
for
kind
you
of
getting to know people?
designed for? What was the hardest one to evolve? Like, it sounds like such a challenge when you're telling me you had to you came in, you started working with the classes, the talents.
Okay, one second. I need to go to the bathroom. I will be right back in just a moment. Well, I haven't been able to buy vegetables because I can't leave my house. And my God, dude, my poop is a rock. I literally just pooped a rock. Modern Golden Sun is Chained Echoes. Is that a PC game? Chained Echoes? Reported? I mean, it's a lot worse. It procced my internal hemorrhoid. My internal hemorrhoid has not been procced for like a few months. That procced my internal hemorrhoid. It's on the Switch. I have this Switch. Wait, let me look this up. Maybe I'll get that. What is Chained Echoes? Oh, it looks cool. When did this come out? 2 years ago? It kind of looks like Golden Sun a little bit. Oh, it's more like an action game. Or is it turn-based? I played Paper Mario. Paper Mario is one of my favorite games. I really liked Mario RPG as well. Thought those were really good. I haven't played any of the new Paper Marios though.
How do you even do that? Like, as a player looking outside, I'm like, that is such a complex system to really understand and to get right for a game that kind of hit almost 12 million subs.
Definitely it was talent. I feel like I spent more time on that than any other part of class design or systems design for that matter. It was so compelling on the surface. Like it was something players immediately gravitated to, and there's almost nothing like it. There's probably
Paper Mario is an RPG.
They're ubiquitous now. Like Horizon Zero Dawn has talent trees, but it was really cool when WoW first unveiled it. It really felt like the way to tailor your character. Of like, my warlock is going to be different from other warlocks because I put 3 points over here.
Riichi and Elon. What?
It did not age well for a couple of reasons. Our expansion strategy was just add 10 more character levels, make the talent trees deeper and deeper. So by the time we got even to Wrath of the Lich King, like they would scroll off the bottom of the screen, and we were trying to future-proof it and imagining, 3 expansions from now it's just going to be like,
infinite scroll.
Yeah, just scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. And also the math just got so complicated in terms of, well, everyone knows that fire mages have to take this talent, this talent, and this talent. So maybe they have 3 points that they can kind of spend on what they want. But otherwise, just mathematically, particularly for like PvE rating, there was a right build. And then for PvP, there was pretty much a right build as well, because you needed certain survivability and crowd controls talent. So even though it had this illusion of choice, players would just go look it up, what build should I take? And then often those builds they looked up were right, so we're like, why are we offering this system where it's just kind of we're all just lying to each other? There's really a lot of player choice here.
Because there's almost like when you're creating the talents, there's a goal.
That's why I was saying, like, to me, the ultimate talent system is you pick talents while you level up, but when you're max level, you have all of them. And then you take a mop tree for max level with a couple of interesting choices, and you're done. You combine the classic tree, so while you're leveling, you're putting talent points in, and then you combine the mop trees where you actually had some choice, and you get the best of both worlds. People who level up get the RPG experience. People at max level get a little bit of customization, as opposed to the giant trees that everybody knows there's a Abyss thing. I get the only advantage of the giant tree though is that you can put like PvE oriented stuff and PvP oriented stuff, and the PvP players can pick the PP one, and the PvE can pick the, having them separate like that. You want a PoE tree? I don't want that.
Where, there are PvE set talents, there are PvP talents, and then there's kind of like fun, I don't want to say gimmicky, but you just have stuff on the side that like everyone knows maybe shouldn't be the talent that you pick, but you can to increase kind of customization and creativity in the character, or just the class itself.
Like a good example was anything related to movement generally fell into that category, because you couldn't sim it. You couldn't say that like, well, adding 5% movement speed increases my DPS the way you could with, say, crit rating. So movement abilities, some self-heal abilities would often fall into that category of, oh, I took this because it was fun and it really didn't hurt my throughput. But it's hard to have a tree full of those.
Were there any kind of I don't want to say mistakes, but oversights when fixing the talents that maybe had to be kind of when they went live? You're like, okay, this can't work, or
Oh, I mean, there's a couple of categories. There's the just purely the technical ones, like the way talents are built. They were built in a tool called WoW Edit, which is really just a front end for a bunch of Lua scripting, and it was easy to screw up if you didn't know what you were doing. I remember one really one example where I got to the point of crashing servers was some of the class spells got so complicated that there was like basically a master spell that had things on it like the tooltip and the cost, and then it would fire off secondary spells. And the secondary spells, like, players didn't really know they knew they existed, but they were not, they were not player facing. They were just kind of, the spell would fork off onto that. And one time I think it was, I can't remember which ability it was. It was a balanced druid ability, and accidentally hooked one of the like daughter spells up onto the main character instead of that like main spell. And so the ability had, no mana cost, no cooldown. And when you have no cooldown on a spell, like it didn't even the GCD you had to put in manually. Yeah. So yeah, if a player just hit it 1,000 times, they would crash the server. And so we had to quickly fix problems like that. And there was no AI at the time. There's nothing to kind of go through and be like, here's a potential problem. We just had to QA trial and error it.
He literally just admitted that they're using AI, basically. There was no AI to do this. Dude, they're 100% using AI. I don't know why you wouldn't plug in a script. Are there any missing parameters on this?
So that was one case. And another one was just the weird nuance that developed sometimes by accident. Like, I was trying to work on the Arms Warrior talent tree at one point. I mean, this is a long time ago, so my memory may be faulty, but we were trying to give players the ability to pick up an extra talent, but their build was so locked down. And it was really tied into this idea of they could use the overpower ability on Rend Tick. So it was kind of the cooldown of Mortal Strike and a couple other abilities, and it broke that whole rotation. I kind of didn't realize it at the time. I thought I was doing something nice for players by giving them more free GCDs to use other buttons, but what they liked about that rotation, I'd totally broken kind of accidentally. And I mean, I did my research. I talked to players. I went on the forums and everything to understand it, but I still didn't quite catch that nuance, and kind of disappointed them that I took away something that was really fun.
Well, yeah, the trees are just going to get bigger and bigger.
How closely designed were these rotations? Because I've played every class now, and there are some classes where the Warrior has a really incredible class design. Like they have a bit of everything. And then you go into the jack of all trades classes like Druids, where they have a bit of everything, but the rotation's a little more simplistic and different. Was that all by design, or was there an element of nuance when you were building this stuff that it would just kind of happen that way, and then that became the expected behavior for that class?
In vanilla, there was, I think, no attempt to make rotations. It was just kind of, hey, here's some cool abilities. Players will figure it out. And by the time, when I joined around Burning Crusade, we were intentionally designing rotations. So, this is what we intend, Art of War procs and resets this cooldown for the Paladin. That was all intentional. There was also a mindset of, it's okay to have some classes that are more complicated. Combat rogues at the time, it's probably changed since then.
I think that's good to have,
Affliction Warlocks. Shadow Priest are still it's okay for that rotation to be complicated. Players will kind of know that and opt into it. But then we also have to make sure there's some pretty simple things out there for players who don't want that, who just want to kind of come in and have fun. Hunters were often in that category of, you could probably get by with 4 buttons. And let's not deviate too far from that. There was an interesting phenomenon that often happened where we would try to come with interesting set bonuses for the tier sets that generally came out of Dungeons and Raids, and sometimes we hit upon something that was so cool players didn't want to give it up. It feels so good when this one ability resets this other ability, and it's going to be sad when I have to retire this tier set. And so sometimes we would just end up baking that into the talent trees for the next expansion, so that they wouldn't, we'd stumbled into a really fun rotation and didn't want to pull it away.
I swear that's how it should be. The main purpose of tier sets should be to experiment with potential future changes to the class. That's what they should be. Like 10,000%.
What was it like joining TBC and kind of experiencing that upwards momentum of growth with the game itself? Because there was a rapid expansion. I mean, I started really playing and getting hooked to the game in TBC. But what was it like growing the player base? And I think on top of that, balancing between World of Warcraft getting all these new players coming in, and then also having the existing player base.
You got the Warglaive
and trying to
achievement?
strike
Congrats.
that balance as you're kind of building expansion by expansion.
Well, this is an interesting question.
Oh yeah, gosh, there's a lot to talk about there. Like, Age of Empires had a really big audience, but they didn't have the passion. They didn't live the game the way WoW players did. I mean, for a long time, and maybe it still is, I haven't gone in several years, but BlizzCon was for World of Warcraft. Like that, it was like guilds coming together to meet in real life and things like that. So that phenomenon of a community, like a very engaged, very passionate community, the cosplayers, the meetups, like I had not experienced that before. And then the other thing you talk about with having to serve both the players that have been playing for years and then the new players manifested in a couple ways. One was originally the idea was that to get to the next content, you had to finish the previous content. So you wouldn't be able to go into Naxxramas until you had finished Blackwing Lair and Molten Core. And then
How do we get him back? I don't know if he wants to come back. He probably moved to League, and then I don't know what they must have done for him to want to leave that to make his own MMO, but with someone like Ghostcrawler, he's probably so rich that he just wants creative freedom. I don't know how much creative freedom you'd get in WoW with how, like, they want to probably play it safe. I don't really, like, Ghostcrawler, I believe, was also a pretty big advocate for, like, it's okay if a spec is good at Battlegrounds but bad at Arena. Or it's good at raids but it's bad at dungeons. I don't like that. I don't like that. As someone who wanted to play Arena in some expansions, but my class is just OP in Battlegrounds, and that's it. It can't be. That was really annoying. Bam, baby! Well, they were. Ghostcrawler and Helinka were. Ghostcrawler was lead, Helinka was PvP guy, and they made WoD. That's when they were together. I think they may have also. I think Ghostcrawler left in WoD though, didn't he? After WoD, I think it was Helinka and somebody else in for Legion. I'm pretty sure Ian was in by like maybe halfway through WoD. Super, you just wrecked me. For what? For my own entertainment, of course. To cause suffering, undue suffering, and carnage to your existence. That's why I did it. And I would do it again. So subscribe and stop complaining.
Just meant the percentage of players who saw that content, got smaller and smaller and smaller because it was hundreds of hours to get to that point. And we didn't want a new expansion to come out, and then new players would have to go to the previous expansion. Like, hey, everyone's talking about Legion has just launched, but you, new player, you can't play Legion. You have to go to level 1 and go back to the content that's probably actually older, worse art, hasn't aged as well, doesn't have like the best designers on it, and then finally get to a point where now you can catch up to your friends and do the new stuff. And gradually over time, we just said, look, instant catch up. If you buy the expansion, you get to pretty much play the expansion right away. You don't have to go like do all the old stuff first to catch up. But it's a double-edged sword, because then for the dedicated players that have done all of that, it kind of cheapens their accomplishment, you know?
That's what I think is so tricky about MMORPGs. You don't want to cheapen the journey of people that have put in the time.
That's why the genre is dying. That flaw is why it's dying. Because as soon as the veil is lifted, you've grinded a full set of gear on a patch, and the next patch comes out and resets you. That feels really bad. And that fundamental flaw in the genre is why MMORPGs are trending down. That's why, in my opinion, that is the underlining issue. But the thing is if you never reset, then you won't get new players, because they're like, I'm too far behind everybody. So how do you win?
Hours and the development of expertise to get to where they are.
Yeah.
And then, and I speak to this as a player. Like, I think it's, I remember when I was a kid at the time, I found that so confusing. I'm like, why would you boost all the way to 70? Like, that just feels like this world feels real. It feels legitimate. It feels like an actual society where for me to get from point A to point B, or from 0 to 60 or 70, I have to put in the time and the effort and really go for it. And just for people to just jump straight to that. I remember that was one of the first instances where I thought, okay, that strikes me as weird. This wasn't what I expected intuitively from an MMO philosophy.
Yeah. I'm friends with
that
Izzy Cartwright, who
I think that's a good point, that like this idea that like, oh, you just get to play the current expansion. Yeah, but you don't get to do the years of learning how to play your class through all the levels. So you're just thrown into this thing that's so much more complicated, right? You're not starting at the point you're supposed to, where you incrementally get things added to you. You just get, here's everything's given to you, and what are you supposed to do? So like the boosting idea doesn't work either. It doesn't. It has flaws. The idea that you just play with your friends, that's the assumption that a new person can pick up what you're providing to them, which probably not.
Is a really, really smart game designer, worked on the Guild Wars games. And he said, there's really only one question in MMO design, and that is, how many hours do you want players to spend? And what he was getting at was, is this a 1,000-hour game? If so, it's going to be really hard to onboard new players. Is it a 20-hour game? If so, players are going to kind of hit the end and run out of stuff to do. And it's really hard to design a system that feeds both ends. You're usually just choosing one and hoping the other doesn't feel too ignored.
And again, there are those pressures to grow the game. Like the game was exploding at that time. Like WoW was a pop culture phenomena. I think there were more subscribers than there were.
The current WoW does like a good middle ground of that though. Like with your item level, at least you get most of your item level pretty quickly, and then the last 1% takes you forever. That's so they're appealing to the 20-minute gamer or whatever, 20-hour gamer, and the 1,000-hour gamer, right? With that system. Tyler 1 figured out Warrior in 30 minutes. Yeah, but he started at level 1. If you threw Tyler 1 on Retail Warrior, you're talking Retail Warrior.
Inhabitants of certain countries. That's what I remember reading at the time.
It was like, that was when the South Park episode happened, and it was
Make Love Not Warcraft.
Yeah, it was like you said, it was a phenomenon. Like, you didn't have to explain to anyone like, oh, what do you do? You know, I work on this game called World of Warcraft. Like, everyone knew what it was. It's kind of like the way like Minecraft, Fortnite, maybe Call of Duty are today, where like even people who, you know, your grandmother who doesn't play video games has heard of them, you know.
But I can't stress enough, and tell me if I'm wrong, but I feel like you guys, the class or the vanilla team, and going into TBC and then Waddle K, you guys really stretched the genre
Waddle
itself.
K?
Like, no one ever thought an MMORPG.
I've never
would
heard
be
someone
this
call it
kind of
Waddle K.
Revolutionary at that point, and so you guys, the whole company, I feel, looking into it, was met with an interesting decision. It's like, this game is growing massively. We need to keep. I say theme park, but I don't want to degrade what the game was, but kind of, we got to keep the the theme park going. We got to add more content, more expansions, keep moving forward. That hadn't really happened with MMOs before, or at least not to that extent. What was lost during that journey? What was lost from the
I remember
vanilla WoW?
this conversation we had. I can't remember if it was after Lich King or in the middle.
Ba-da-da-da-da. You have no abilities until level 40. We're boomy. We're booming. Things are booming. This might be LG though for me. What time is it? I think this is gonna be LG. I gotta get my saxophone practice in and get my saxophone recording. My saxophone channel is finally getting more views. I finally broke out of a 300 viewer prison. I'm starting to get like thousands of views on videos more regularly now. I've created a style for myself. I'm the echo sax guy, dude. Super Sax 1 is my YouTube channel for it. The number 1, not the word 1.
Keeping this fight interesting this time. Wowza! I'm gonna remember that one for a long time. Woo! Right in the well.
I think the mage is like having some problem with keybinds. I mean, these are skirmishes, so like some people might just be queuing like to try and get their keybinds figured out and stuff. Doesn't necessarily mean like you're gonna get like a very evenly matched game in a skirmish. Would double DPS as a separate type of queue be possible? I would love if it was. I really would. I think solo double DPS 2s would be a lot of fun. You put some power-ups in that like let you pick up and it heals you or something. Put some power-ups in the arena. I think it would be a lot of fun. Okay, guys. I think I'm going to head out, though. We had some fun games. We had a little bear action. Boomkin is, I think, really good. Appreciate all the gifted supports as well tonight. Insane. I really appreciate it. It's going to be a hard month, so you guys are doing a lot to get me through it. And I'm hoping we'll just have a good time tomorrow as well. We'll keep expanding. There's a lot of specs, I think, that are fun right now. Some need a little bit of help. And if they're doing changes this week, then there should be a lot of big news this week. So, and I will try not to poop rocks. I got to go get some vegetables. So I hope my freaking foot is healed so I can go out to the grocery store. So I'm not pooping rocks. But until next time, rock and roll. Okay? And have a good one.